gonna see if it loads. I'm waiting for it to go live. Should be here. Not seeing it yet. We'll find out. I'm not getting anything yet. There we go. Yes. You got your typing in right away.
Hey, Wade.
Hi, Yukiko.
Good, you picked up on what I was putting down. And also, it's Yukio.
I don't know why I always put the second K in there.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to Touching Grass. This is episode 5, which is like 112 parts into the Let's Play.
We're fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. When did we start touching grass? We must have started touching grass like 50 parts in.
It was probably like 80 parts in when we did the first one. No, I think you're right. I think it was right at part 50 for the first one, but then we didn't do it again until like part 80.
We might have also, that might have been the lost touching grass.
No. We might have done the lost one somewhere in the 20s.
No, that can't be.
No, I know it was in the first 50 because 50 videos show up per page on the playlist. And the first episode, Touching Grass, is the last video on the first page.
Look, me trying to sit here and keep all the timelines straight is getting more difficult by the day.
Now, are we talking about McAvoy or Stewart?
No, we're talking about Ryan Reynolds. I have an error out of video memory, and Grounded crashed.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
No, it's not. This is not good. Let's try that again. Out of video memory? What do you mean by that? You got nothing in your memory to be doing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Let's make sure that Discord snags that again for you. Here, you can have Grounded. I hope that doesn't screw up your stream, having that thing crash. What do you mean died on video memory? We're fine. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, just... Uh-oh, Blau?
Well, I see you in the game, and then you just disappeared.
Yeah. What's going on?
I don't know. What is going on?
I also don't know. And now my computer is frozen. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry about this. This never usually happens.
This is not a speed run. You don't have to... This has never happened before.
Yeah, well, now it's not even popping up an error message.
You might need to reboot your PC.
It might be trying to do that. I'll be right back.
Hold tight, folks. He'll be back. Hopefully.
Hello?
Hello?
There we go. You can't stop me from still being on stream while I'm on my phone. But I'm restarting the computer. Why is this happening? Why did this happen?
Something, I don't know.
Wow. I'm glad. Well, I'm not glad this is happening now. Better this than like when I'm midway through recording something and it just crashes and explodes. Out of video memory. Yeah, so now I also am not wearing my headphones. So not a girl face can actually hear you. It's being projected over speakerphone on my phone.
Oh, yeah, well, Spencer, please do him some bodily harm for his bad opinions.
No.
He deserves
No,
it.
directly into maybe. My opinions are fine. Opinions expressed are totally fine. I would like these tabs to be back open. These are my note tabs.
The opinions expressed are totally butt faces and not representative of anyone else's.
Exactly. And then these 4 tabs I definitely need to restore. Boonk badunk. Okay, my computer getting there. We're getting there.
Okay. I think I've got a plan now to handle this boo-boo roof.
This is going to be, I've just now realized, because the plan today is talking about the Deadpools and the Wolverines, right?
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, we've already talked about the Wolverines. It's just the Deadpools and the Wolverine. The Wolverine singular. He's only in one of the movies.
Are you sure it was just a singular Wolverine in that movie?
I'm just saying Wolverine was only in one movie.
Yeah, and there's just one Wolverine, right? It's the Deadpools and the Wolverine. Like I said, just the one Wolverine, right?
Yeah, this one.
Just the one. Got both of these pulled up, grounded. I get Discord. All right, you'll hear from me momentarily. You can hear from me momentarily. I think. Are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, there she is. Let's do this again. I have had way more. Oh, I need these tabs open. It's not eating video memory. It's 3 web pages and 3 sets of Google Docs. It's fine. I've literally had more than this open when we did the last couple movies. But I'm just now realizing that this is going to be difficult to talk through while keeping my language family friendly. Load in.
Well, I don't know that you can really talk about Deadpool and be family friendly.
It would be a really difficult thing to try and make a family-friendly version of the Deadpool movies. Or at least a Deadpool movie. Hey, look, I'm in the game.
Yeah, how would you do that? Like, have,
Fred Savage?
Yeah, have Fred Savage there and, like, treat it like the Princess
Bride?
Bride?
Why Fred Savage might be there. This is a reference completely lost to you. Don't even start with me.
Why are you calling me out on this immediately?
Immediately! It's the most important thing. Non-linear storytelling. Like, it's the true hallmark of a Deadpool movie, right? You set things up with an in medias red opening, then you do the flashback. So, like, you not knowing what Princess Bride is the thing that will destroy the fabric of this whole stream. It's fine. What am I doing? Why am I here? What am I? Where should I be? I should be doing something. Should be grabbing some goo to start with. Okay, I'm gooed up. I'm gooed on goo.
I need pine cones ASAP.
Okay, well, I can't go get you pine cones ASAP. Pine cones respawn fairly regularly, whereas I have to go and grab lint toenails.
This time make an exception.
I don't know if I can do that. I was given explicit instructions to do something first, and it was not the pine cones.
And now you're giving different explicit instructions.
I ignore all previous instructions?
Uh-huh.
Alright. That's a lot of instructions I'm going to have to ignore previous ones, but we can get there. We can get there. We can get there. Anyways, you want to talk about these Deadpool movies?
Yeah.
Alright.
So, Deadpool first appeared in X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Did he? That just kind of looked like a mouthless freak.
I mean, they did call him the Deadpool.
For honestly more established reasons than in Deadpool 1. Like,
well,
they were being cheeky about it.
I don't know what the actual origin story of Deadpool is. I don't know which one's more correct.
He fell into a toxic vat of smarm.
Is that what it is in the comics?
No, I'm making like he's a smarky merc with a mouth. I was just being a goof. I don't know. Why are you asking me comic lore? I don't know nothing about no comics. I barely understand enough about comics to get all the jabs at Liefeld. Liefeld? Liefeld? L. Field.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do not... they take a jab at him in every single movie.
I don't know who that is, and I don't know where the jab is.
The most gratuitous one we'll talk about when we get to 3. It was unmistakable. Anyways, the movies start with the leaked trailer for Deadpool and Wolverine happening in medias res. Or sorry, the leaked trailer for Deadpool. I'm gonna say Deadpool and Wolverine because it's the only thing that has been like sent out into the marketing sphere at the moment. We get that awesome slow-mo shot through the credits, or through the fake credits. Kind of like with this impossible sweeping camera angle.
It's like it's a still shot that's got like panning of the camera. I don't know.
There is slight movement to it. It's not completely still, but what it is it's
like super duper slow mo.
It's the David Fincher. We've completely recreated the scene in CGI, photorealistic, and we are now impossibly moving a camera through it so that you just get these like wild close-ups in one continuous fly-through pan. And then it's also juxtaposed with a ridiculous pop song that is completely like
totally inappropriate.
And all the while they're doing this, it's showing off like fake title cards, like written by the True Heroes, directed by some jerk, starring God's perfect angel or whatever it is, and it sets a tone so expertly with absolutely like the bare minimum effort required to get there. Because again, you're not seeing action, you're not having voiceover, but like it's just joke after joke after joke hitting visually rather than expositorily.
I love it.
Yeah.
The fake credits are hilarious. And a lot of the still imagery is humorous.
Yeah, like they're doing bits even there with like their flybys.
But once that's over, I believe we see once it gets to the end of the fake credits, I should say, we get some voiceover from Ryan Reynolds. Basically the old meme of "I bet you're wondering how I got in this situation" kind of thing. And then, you know, he says, to tell you that, we got to go back in time. And,
yeah, so it starts with a flashback to immediately right before this fight scene happened, where he's in the car talking to...
He's in a taxi cab.
Yes.
Talking to the cab driver, who is I believe, young Indian man.
Yeah, Dopinder.
Named Dopinder.
Total bro. He's great. I'm so glad that he's also a key player in all of these movies and is like one of the emotional cores that resonates throughout them.
And,
kind of as your foil for Wade, who's just like... Dopinder is average schmuck who is also like... You see what he would be put into these circumstances with if it was anyone other than hyper-competent Wade Wilson.
Right.
Can we not with the stabbing? I've asked politely to not with the stabbing.
And it's also worth noting that this flashback here is actually the first time that Wade and Dopinder are meeting.
Yes.
And Wade's like starting out in the backseat of the taxi cab, which is where customers are supposed to be. And he's in his full Deadpool costume, which is not strange at all. At least not to Dopinder.
I mean, this is a world where superheroes exist. Like, they're just running around. Or not only just superheroes, but mutants. Like, we are all well aware of the spandex situation going on here. This is not like a new thing.
Well, actually, it would be kind of a new thing.
Why?
Because the mutants exist, but this is not the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This is not the Sacred Timeline. This is not where things like the incident in New York happened. This is the universe where the X-Men don't want to be caught dead in yellow spandex.
Then why does Negasonic Teenage Warhead wear yellow spandex?
Trainee?
No, the trainees wear baseball jerseys.
She is a trainee, though.
She's not wearing a baseball jersey.
I mean, we are getting a little bit ahead, but Colossus,
I'm just
Colossus
pointing out a
does.
fact here.
Colossus does say she is his trainee.
I get that. We also see that she's not wearing a baseball jersey. Well, yeah, Mosquitoes.
Don't worry about
I
it.
ain't nowhere near Mosquitoes. Why is it always when you're just about ready to finish the roof? Life is bad. You got this?
I think so.
All right, well, I'll continue. Deadpool talks to Dopinder and explains that Dopinder maybe overshares a little bit and talks about his pining for the girl that he has lost to his rival. And Deadpool's like, we've got a lot in common. You see, I also have lost a lover. And it's a long and winding road to explain the story, but we'll get into that. And then they get into that. Right?
Yes. Yes, they do.
So inside of a flashback, we are now getting, or an exposition flashback, we're getting another exposition flashback. We're nesting these things. Oh, right, he does the boo, my face is hideous. Ha-ha! Look at me, I'm a monster. And he just looks mildly burned. Like you can still tell he's Ryan Reynolds. He just is a little scrubbly under there. And then he flashes back to how he got these scars. And how he got these scars is by being a very handsome mercenary for hire, working at I forget the name of the bar. It
almost sounds like an orphanage name.
Yeah, it's an orphanage name.
Like Sister Mary's School for Wayward Girls or something.
Yeah. But, hey, you got the Tiger Mosquito gold card, so that's a positive, I guess.
That was an annoying raid to protect against. Because the roof's not done, and they did destroy something. I'm not sure what it was, though. I don't know.
I'm wearing my armor, right? Yeah.
I don't know what got destroyed.
It's gonna eat you up inside. Do you want me to come back with pine cones, or do you want me to do a lint run while I'm over here?
I guess you can do a lint run for now.
Doing a lint run for now.
But yeah, his flashback to being super handsome Ryan Reynolds, Merc with a Mouth, Wade Wilson, starts with him actually doing a pro bono job for a young girl who has a problem with a stalker.
Yeah, but you also see that he kind of just enjoys messing with people while he's doing this pro bono job. He breaks into a guy's apartment, orders pizza there. Like, why? Like, why does he do that? Why doesn't he order pizza to his own house?
But when...
It doesn't make any sense. Because the stalker's the pizza guy, spoilers.
Yeah.
He's just screwing with people. Just throwing them off guard.
I mean, it's fun. Why not?
I mean, it is pretty fun. And you can get away with it when you're handsome. Because remember, if you do something that's bad, but you're handsome or pretty, then it just makes you morally gray. Them's the rules. I don't make it. I don't make them. I just report on them.
We could make chase lounges.
Why would I want to chase while lounging? That seems antithetical. There's some lint down here, right? Yeah, there's some lint down here.
I think it was our aphid statue that destroyed.
Not our aphid statue. Really tied the room together. Is that it? No, there was one more here. Okay, cool. Cool. This is gonna be a problem. Do I really not have anything before I came in? Damn it.
So yeah, he messes with the pizza guy for a bit. First sounded kind of soft, like, hey, you know this girl, right? It turns out you've been stalking her. Stop doing that. And he's like, yes, sir. And he's like, are we done here? He's like, yeah. Takes a bite of the pizza. And then when the guy's like letting his card down a bit, he grabs him by the throat, slams him up against the wall, and gets real tough about it for a second before letting him go.
Gets a little bit of his personal space. Gets a little kiss on the cheek.
Yeah. does give him a kiss.
Yeah, there's some up here. I don't need. I'm hunting and pecking for things. There are 2 giant spiders. Okay, got one giant spider. Where's my other one? I swear I just saw another one. And then he goes back to the bar where his barmate, the guy behind the counter, is he the owner of the bar? I don't know. He's a friend.
It seems
like, I was betting on you to die. I guess I'm not going to win the Deadpool.
Yeah, that's the whole thing there. Everyone bets on who's going to die.
Yep. It's a little bit morbid.
But I mean, it makes sense if it's a mercenary bar. Like, you take dangerous jobs, you have a high risk of dying. But Wade is not exactly playing by... Wade is not exactly playing by the spirit of that. He likes to instigate a little bit.
And also bet on himself. Wade's got a bit of a death wish to start with.
No, he's not the one that bet on him. That would be
oh, no, you're right.
His buddy. Played by I don't know the character name, but it's T.J. Miller.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that guy has a name.
He does have a name, I just don't remember it.
Completely gone. What are they fighting over there?
Because the actor doesn't want to work with Ryan Reynolds anymore. So that's why he wasn't in...
No, other way around.
I mean, the other way around might be true, but T.J. Miller actually went on record saying he doesn't want to work with Ryan Reynolds anymore.
Spoilers, Blau. T.J. Miller is gone.
He's not a good person, I know.
Okay.
I'm saying I don't know if Ryan Reynolds ever made a public statement about that, but T.J. Miller did.
Yeah, fair enough. But, this is going to be a weird lint run, but it'll be fine, right? Anyways, also at this bar, immediately we meet Deadpool's... do we say girlfriend or ex at this point? Like, because again, we're flashback within flashback.
At this point, they're meeting for the first time.
I know they're but we meet his future ex from the point of view of our second flashback. Timelines are confusing, and it's very hard to keep track of. It's fine. Don't worry.
Why don't you just worry about the moment that we're actually in?
We meet Vanessa.
Yes, Vanessa. Who is
Played
an exotic dancer / prostitute?
I believe they go by companions in Firefly. Because that's where I know that actress from. Can you not stab me, mosquitoes? I'm trying to collect the lint that fell down in the pond. And they have My Life Is So Bad pity off.
Yeah.
You're never quite
They play
sure
Oppression Olympics. And that's their flirting.
You're never quite sure how much of it is, like, real? Because some of it gets real.
And some of it's so ridiculous that's obviously a lie. Such as when Wade says his dad left before he was even conceived.
I know, that was hilarious. Can we get up top here somehow, please, and thank you?
But yeah, it gets real graphic, and I'm not monetized, but definitely gets into the kind of stuff that would get you demonetized on YouTube to talk about.
I have angered some terrible flying out. So just bear with me as you carry commentary for a minute. It's fine. Oh hell. Oh, stop it!
But yeah, he actually impresses Vanessa with the Oppression Olympics, I guess.
Yes, and then
and then go on a date for an hour.
He does pay her. He's like, how much will $275 and a gift card coupon get you? And I love the line of she's like, anything you want for exactly 37 minutes and a dairy-free dessert.
And then he says, okay, but what are we going to do with the remaining 36 minutes or something like that?
Nope, that's much later.
Is it?
So then he's like, okay, well, it's time to stick balls in holes. And then they go play skee ball.
Yep.
And then they buy the Voltron ring. And she's like, well, your time's up, big boy. And he's like, dang. Okay, well, what'll this Voltron ring get you? And she's like, you got exactly like 3 minutes. And he's like, okay, well, what do we do with the other remaining 2 minutes and 29 seconds?
That's what it was, yeah.
That's so like
That's not way later. That is the next scene. Come on now.
It is later. And again, it's set up payback or set up callback.
This is a very common thing in the Deadpool movies, except they kind of take it to 4D chess levels by going across movies with the setup payoff later jokes.
Yeah, that's fine. Can you not?
There's a lot more of those between Deadpool 1 and 2 than there is involving Deadpool 3, but there are some.
Yes. We'll
get to them when we get to them.
I kind of wanted more IKEA bits, if I'm being honest, because I really like the IKEA bits in this one.
I'm not sure what you mean by IKEA bits.
There's a long running IKEA bit in this movie. We'll get back to it. It's fine. I'm breaking pupa.
I am legitimately confused.
Al and Deadpool have entire arguments over what the IKEA furniture they should be ordering and building.
Why do I not remember this at all when I just watched it yesterday?
She like when Al is introduced back at his place, like she's putting together the Bjorg, and he's like, "Oh, it's so much better than the Strufwaffel." And it's
okay, that's why I don't get it. I don't have an IKEA. Those were just words that meant nothing to me.
Okay, no, I also don't have. But you know what the concept of IKEA, right?
Yeah, it's
fun. Make cheap pack furniture.
Furniture you got to put together yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. And the funny part is that she's blind and she can't put it together. Ha! Let's laugh at the disability.
Right.
This is irreverent humor. But we're jumping far ahead. Anyways, Wade gets his exact money's worth. Because let's see.
But then they have repeat dates. And repeat dates. And yeah, they're a couple. And they start going through all the various holidays of them just doing it.
They have an entire year of doing it montage,
yep.
And the Lent joke absolutely got me.
Yeah,
I giggled like a schoolgirl on that one.
Lent, they're just sitting in chairs reading books, and I'm like, Happy Lent.
Yep, and
and the other one is International Women's Day.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily just have to be on Women's Day. It's fine. But they say during this the line, "Your crazy matches my crazy."
Yes.
And I don't know if that's a thing from somewhere else. It's hard to say with these movies and the amount of references. But this might be ground zero for matches your freak, which is the term going around these days. No, this Black Widow down here does not respawn, or hasn't respawned yet.
Okay, I found out what the Ant Queen repair tool does. It has a lot less durability than a normal repair tool, which I don't really care about. But it repairs everything around the block you're targeting.
Oh, it's like the full repair.
Yeah, it's a lot faster to repair just like a spread shot of damaged stuff. It also repairs faster, just in general.
Neato.
But yeah,
the best thing about like almost dying of hunger down here when you're doing a lint run is you can just swing by the fridge.
So yeah, I do specifically mention the International Women's Day bit from the montage because that's one that comes up several times.
Does it?
And depending on which version of the movies you're watching, but yes.
Eat or die.
And in this gag, it is where they reverse roles on who's doing the doing, if you know what I mean. And that's
prostate assisted.
That's all. Well, that was all I was going to say about it, but
there is nothing demonetizable about talking about specific parts of anatomy. It's
look,
fine.
I'm not monetized, so I'm not worried about getting demonetized. I'm more worried about my videos getting taken down.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. So
to that effect, I would say we just need to kind of limit how detailed we get with descriptions of the sexual nature.
It's a steamy montage. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It does it for me. I enjoyed it. And
at the end of the montage is Christmas, where they I think Vanessa was starting to say, "Would you put it in my?" At the same time that Wade says, "Will you marry me?"
Yes.
If I recall correctly on that one.
Now, I do want to point out my notes here actually say that we've jumped ahead a bit by continuing on with like Wade's evolving relationship with Vanessa. It actually cuts a little bit before this. Before we get to the marriage proposal, and flashes back to do the fight scene on the bridge the first time. Like, Dopinder gets to their destination, Wade cuts off the flashbang and goes, "Oh, no, hold off, we need to get off right here, and I don't have the money to pay you, so sorry about that, but you maybe should go and, take matters into your own hand with your own situation. Don't be like me and lose the one you lost." And he's like, "But you haven't got to that part in the story yet." It's like, anyways, I gotta go, bye. And then we get the leaked Deadpool test footage. That is the reason that this movie exists, some might say.
Yeah, this is why I have you assigned to synopsis duty. Yeah, I was trying to think of the word. It just completely left my brain.
No worries.
Yeah, this is why I have you on synopsis duty, because even though I watched all three movies, I would say today, because I have not slept since watching them, but technically yesterday. But I watched all three movies yesterday, but because they like to do the disjointed flash forward, flashback storytelling,
non-linear narrative,
it is very easy for me to forget the details, at least what order they're supposed to be in.
Nope, no worries. So yeah, we do get the listening to, and I forget the name of the song. I'm just thinking of Shoop Shoop de Shoop in my head.
I know it's got the same tune as that Shaggy song.
Yeah.
But it's not Shaggy. So
no,
it's not even the same lyrics. But the one where Shaggy's like, "You're my angel." I think it's actually called Angel, the Shaggy song.
Regardless.
But it's that tune. It's a different song, though.
We also haven't been seeing Wade Wilson breaking the fourth wall in these flashbacks. But immediately, we get Deadpool break the fourth wall, talk directly to the camera.
Yeah, he's
like, "Oh, hi, didn't see you there."
He's actually sitting on the
bad guys.
He's sitting on the bridge where the shootout takes place, just like kicking his little legs off the side.
Actually, down the ways.
Like drawing a picture.
Yep, he's gonna drop down, do a fight scene in a car, and this fight scene is pretty like CGI tastic, but in a way that like they're keeping everything pretty weighty and realistic compared to a lot of other like CGI superhero fights. You get a lot more like sense of momentum and place of location, and it still plays better than like 90% of the stuff that's out there today. Like
So
it's a really well done fight in a car with multiple actors going down the highway, and you get like a real sense of intensity. And then it goes the slow-mo, it catches you up to the freeze framed intro where the car flips over, everyone dies, and we get to a
not everyone,
bullet count.
just everyone in that car.
Everyone in that car. One guy,
Because there's a lot more than just those guys.
Well, technically they run over a technically they smack a motorcycle, it goes careening off, that guy hits a sign, and then the whole car flips over and they all fall out, and a bunch of people die, and more people get out of the cars who are these like mercenaries that
but
going after.
Before you describe the entire scene in detail, I do want to point out that there are two gags about the scene going into it. The first one, just, all throughout, is like the whole point of the scene is just absolutely gratuitous violence, blood, and gore. Talking like decapitations, just like heads and limbs just exploding into mists of blood and muscle bit. And the other gag going in is that when Wade was in Dopinder's cab, almost at the location, he was like, "Oh crap, I left my ammo bag." And Dopinder's like, "Oh, do you want to go back for it?" He's like, "No, there's no time. I've got 12 bullets. We'll just have to make it last." So that's the gag. And you get to see the bottom of most of these bullets during the scene, and they're numbered, counting backward from 12.
I actually want to call out this bullet numbering bit because it so perfectly sets up the tone for this movie. Because it starts with, "I've only got 12 bullets." And then he just pops out from behind the car, pops two guys in the head that are like incredible shots, and then immediately misses with the next three shots. So one, it establishes he is very competent, like superhumanly competent. Two, he's also fallible. Then we get him double tapping a guy purely out of spite because I want to say he got shot in the butt, or there was some other reason that this guy like pissed him off.
And he's like, "Worth it."
Yep, totally worth it. And then he's like, "Dang it, I've only got one bullet left and there's three guys, and I'll just line their heads up perfectly for a 3 headshot kill."
Oh, you forget the one where he's knocked like down in a very like almost Family Guy Peter Griffin prone position.
He's absolutely murdered
like with one hand like through his legs. Kind of thing. A guy walks up behind him, and without moving anything else, he just lifts up that arm that is through his legs and just shoots him.
Yep.
Dead accuracy. And he says, "You lost count."
And he does take out 3 for 1, except it's actually a 2 for 1 because the bullet doesn't actually get the last guy. And so that guy pulls out like 2 tiny little knives pulls out 2 knives to come at him. And Deadpool's like, "Nah, son, I've also got katanas!" And unsheaths those, stabs the guy, lifts him up, and freeze frame to... Wait, I thought that my boyfriend said that this was a superhero movie, and that guy just got shish kebabbed. Which, yeah, also, really just setting the tone for Deadpool's kind of a screw-up. I should have brought my ant armor. Didn't do that.
Deadpool is the most incompetent boob you've ever seen.
Cancel, no, not that. If I press G, yeah, that's what I'm doing.
If you would agree that that's an accurate description.
I do think that's an accurate description. I do indeed think that is a very accurate description. I'm doing stuff, don't mind me. I'm trying to do stuff, don't mind me. This is fine. This is totally fine. And then we get the bit here where he's like, yeah, no, I'm definitely not a superhero. I am not a superhero. This is not a superhero movie.
Well, that's actually not the first place that he says that. The first place he stresses that he is not a hero is after he delivers the news that the girl's stalker was dealt with, the pizza guy. And she says, "You're my hero." And he says, "Nope, I am definitely not that."
Yep. And they're very much setting up that Wade Wilson does not want to be a superhero. And
but also
finds the whole concept ridiculous.
Yeah, but
antithetical to his being.
In the same scene though, they also set up that he has a good heart. Because that was like, she didn't have money to pay him. That was a pro bono job. He did it just out of the goodness of his heart.
Oh, and I think this is also saying that you can be a good guy without being a superhero. That's kind of the whole point, is being super isn't just a full-time job. It's 4 or 5 moments. Let's
getting ahead of yourself.
It'd be weird if I watched these in reverse order for this recap. I'd be really ahead of myself. Guess I could put... That would help out a little bit. Hold on. Let's, instead of... why would I even ever that? There we go. Okay. And then we have the You're Crazy... Then we have the montage. We have the You're Crazy as My Crazy... Right, and then she proposes. I mean, he proposes.
He proposes at the exact same time that she says, "Will you stick it in my?"
Yeah, she
because I think it was one of those "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" kind of things, and let's say it at the same time type deals.
Yes. Damn.
I don't remember exactly what caused them to say it at the same time.
Regardless, they propose, they cuddle, they're like, yes, absolutely. Wade gets up to go take a leak and immediately falls over because he's got turbo cancer. Diagnosed with every cancer known to man. It's in his lungs, brain, heart, and... He says one other thing. He's like, that's fine, though. Those are all things that I can live without. And
the news shakes Deadpool a lot more, or Wade, sorry. It shakes Wade a lot more than it shakes Vanessa, who is like ready to put up the most epic fight against this cancer ever.
It shakes Vanessa, and Wade is also like, they're reacting to this news in the two opposite ends of the reaction, whereas Wade is resigned and like, I can't put you through this, to Vanessa's, I will do anything for you. Let's like already start figuring out, what was it, like plans C through F.
But in the end, Wade makes a couple of attempts to break it off, just kind of disappear into the sunset type of thing. Because he doesn't want Vanessa to remember him dying of cancer. He wants her to remember him, the way it was when it was good between them.
It's noble in a way.
But she's not having it.
But yeah, and he's also explicitly not listening to her. Like,
I mean,
like, no, I'm here for you no matter what. And he's just like, no, I'm just going to abandon you.
I mean, neither one of them are listening to each other.
Yeah, it also rings like... This is written from a point of view of someone who must have experienced this kind of situation before. Like, I relate very much to Wade's. Like, I don't ever want to put someone through what an illness like this would do. I'm just going to cut ties and... softly go into that quiet night.
In the end, Wade does what Wade does, and he sneaks out in the middle of the night.
Yep. He's massively depressed, and he goes to his mercenary bar where there is an Agent Smith sitting around there. I just want to call this guy Agent Smith.
That is his name.
That's what they call him in the movie. I think this is actually one of, like, the actor is one of the aliens from Galaxy Quest, but don't, like, I didn't bother looking that up. He just looks incredibly familiar and immediately sketchy. This man is sketch.
I mean, to be fair, every government agent ever looks sketchy.
He just has sketchy vibes coming off him, though. I don't think it's just the government thing. Like, again, I've seen him in Galaxy Quest where he played like an alien who is off.
Maybe I'm just naive, but when I first saw it, he didn't give me any impressions other than government agent. Like, still do not trust, but like run-of-the-mill government agent.
And yeah, he's like, we have experimental treatments that will cure your cancer, Wade. We hear that you are a super mercenary. You have all of these different confirmed kills, and you're highly competent. Let's come with us. We can help you. Not only can we cure your cancer, we can make you super. And Wade's like,
no,
wait until I get...
No, he specifically frames it as being a superhero. Which ties back...
it as being a superhero?
Yes, which ties back into Wade's desire to not be a hero.
Okay, all right. And
which
he's
is
like, I'll wait till
why...
I reach F it. And
like,
then turns out that comes pretty quick.
Wade was interested until he mentioned superhero. And that's when he kind of starts getting cold and distant and sarcastic, and then ends up saying he's paying for his own drink.
More so sarcastic. Oh, we missed the great bar fight scene where he orders...
yeah, I was trying...
I won't say on your... Sorry.
I was trying to set that up.
You want to go back there? It just is, like, again, characterization of Wade is kind of
yeah, when I was saying
stir people a little bit.
When I was saying that Wade wasn't playing by the spirit or the rules of the Deadpool, so he orders a drink called a blowjob, and tells a waitress.
It's a good drink if you liked whipped cream. I'll tell you that much. I lactose intolerant. I can't handle it, but it's pretty tasty. From all sectors.
So TJ, his character, makes the drink and says, "I give you a blowjob. Why did you make me make this drink for you?" And he doesn't answer him and just turns to the waitress and tells her to give it to a big stereotypical biker guy named Buck, and say it is from, I forget the other guy's name, but he's also a big stereotypical biker guy, like a big black intimidating dude. And so she does, and then, you know, Buck gets like super offended because, oh, what the hell is this guy trying to say to me? And they start fighting. And the black guy gets knocked the F out. And TJ walks over to him with a small hand mirror, puts it in front of his mouth, sees that it fogs up, and says, "He's still breathing." And then everybody kind of jeers.
Yeah, that's where we get the Deadpool setup. You're not wrong. But Wade blows this government agent off and is just like, yeah, no, we're not.
He's paying for his own drink.
Yep. And then immediately hits rock bottom anyways. Like, he hits it there almost like next scene.
And
so...
Well, actually... I'm trying to think of what the scene is. I was about to say he actually says the line, "Rock, meet bottom," which is a recurring line. But he doesn't say it when he actually hits the rock bottom, which spurs him to accept the offer.
Yeah. Not particularly important on like where rock bottom was. The turbo cancer gets you there one way or the other, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You'll hit rock bottom eventually, and this is what the government agent is banking on. So caves in, goes hunts him down, or gives him a call, and goes to the not government agent looking underground lab that just kind of is like a hollowed out building full of concrete and crap. And we meet Discount Tom Hardy. I wish that Ajax was played by Tom Hardy, because Tom Hardy
Ajax? Like the soap?
Yeah, that's what that guy's name is. He introduces himself as Ajax.
That can't be his real name.
It probably is. I mean, it's kind of intimidating sounding. He's going to clean your clock.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
He probably has a girly name, and that's just a fake alias.
Anyways, where was I? But yeah, he meets Ajax. I almost said his name. And again, I really feel like this should have been played by Tom Hardy. He would have chewed this role up. He loves like a good campy villain. And man, is Ajax just immediately like hostile. He's like, normally I would do a bunch of euphemisms about how, oh, this is going to sting a little or this might hurt, but no, we're just gonna torture you here. That's what you are in our torture dungeon. We're going to run you through every pain known to man after injecting you with the super serum, because stress induces your ability to unlock your latent mutant genes. And that's what we're doing here.
So this is an interesting thing just about the mutant verse in general. I guess the idea here is that everybody has a latent X gene, but it's just the mutants that it actually activates in. Which means Wade is not actually a mutant, but then he's artificially turned into one.
He's mutant induced. Much like the random, again, this is kind of like the tie-in to like his cancer is like it's weird genetic firing that's going to kill you, and it's weird genetic firing that's going to save you. It's a nice little, it's like poetry, it rhymes.
So Wade immediately gets on like everybody's nerves.
Yeah, Ajax kind of takes it as his own personal mission to like, I'm going to break, I wonder what will break first, your mind or your body?
Yeah.
This is why I also say that Tom Hardy as Bane would have been an excellent casting for Ajax, but it takes it as personal mission to like break Wade's spirit, and Wade's like, yeah, weirder men have tried, trust me.
So worth noting is he has an assistant. I forget the character's full name. It's like
Angel.
I think they just call her Angel, but it's actually more to her name than that.
It might actually just I'm looking at the synopsis right now.
Yeah.
You guess what Angel might have for a last name. Let's go with some reoccurring themes of the movie.
Dust.
Bingo.
I had to think about that for a second. Yeah, I was like, I don't remember. Oh, right.
You know,
they probably should have contacted Foggy about that.
Probably should have. Anyways, yeah, Angel played by
known transphobe Gina Carano, who was famously fired by Disney after making transphobic and racist remarks on Twitter.
I have never seen her in anything else before, so I didn't know this.
She was in The Mandalorian, I think season 1 and 2, before she got
watched maybe 2 episodes of that. I'm not a Star Wars guy.
I haven't watched it. I just know about the drama because
neither Star Wars or Empire.
Yeah, I haven't watched The Mandalorian, but I know about this drama because the heavily red conservative MAGA Trump area I live in also is filled with mega Star Wars dorks. So of course
filled with mega Star Wars dorks.
So yeah, these are like super conservative MAGA Trump Star Wars dorks. So of course they're going to be talking about the known transphobe and racist that got their comeuppance for being a racist and transphobe publicly while working for Disney. Anyway, if you don't know who Gina Carano is, she is
Less angry. Rosie O'Donnell is the exact call. Now, mind you,
no, she's not. She's not fat. She is like built.
She is my type. Sorry, this was like, hello.
Yeah, if you're into muscle mommies, she's right up your alley.
Hello.
So, yeah, she comes over and restrains Wade, and he actually makes a bit of a transphobic joke here. That I'm actually going to give him a pass on because it's kind of funny that it's directed at a known transphobe.
Two wrongs don't make a right. I'm gonna put that out there. I was like, oh, you're better than that. Don't go for the low-hanging fruit.
There's a couple things about it. At the time, trans people weren't quite as much in the spotlight as they are now. It was only kind of just starting to build steam because this was 2014, and filming was probably like a year or 2 or 3 earlier, which is like right around when conservatives first started trying to politicize trans people. But the other thing that's funny about it is Gina Carano didn't actually make her public transphobic and racist marks until I want to say 2020. So just like looking at it retrospectively, Ryan Reynolds makes a bad transphobic joke that ends up being funny ironically later on. But he says to her, "Oh, you're way too strong for a woman. I'm Colin Wang." So yeah, not a good joke, but I do.
Again, it's also just him immediately like trying to get under everyone's skin.
Yeah,
like that's.
I'm just gonna say
his humor as a defense mechanism.
I'm just gonna say I, as a trans woman, find it retroactively, ironically funny.
Is this kind of like me being adopted, finding all of the Portal 2 humor hilarious?
I haven't played Portal 2, so I don't know what you're talking about.
There's some great adoption jokes in Portal 2. I'm just gonna put that out there. Absolutely kills me. But yeah, we see that Wade is going to go through a torture montage. Actually, like,
hold up. When you get a chance, we are completely out of the Mario mushrooms. Toadstool chunks.
Okay, what I'm doing right now is I'm sending twigs back, and then I will go and do a whole group for Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah, we need a lot of those because I mean we still need them for food, but also we were like completely out of bricks.
Yep, I will be getting that for you next because I just did the lint run. I'm just doing I did the pine cone run. I did check for toenails. I got everything on my to-do list. It'll be my next one. Give me 2 seconds.
So yeah, Wade goes through a torture montage.
I mean, this is probably what
where during the torture montage, Wade actually I think he sneaks a peek at Ajax's ID or something and finds out his real name.
Tag.
That's what it was. Finds out his real name and starts relentlessly harassing him about it.
I wanted to point out that this torture montage is very PG. Like, you see an ice bath, you see him getting hosed down with water. It's not anywhere near as graphic as even like some of the stuff that we've seen in like X-Men Origin, where like you are being drowned and injected, and it's pretty toothless as far as torture goes.
Like it's not even as bad as what happens to Luke Cage when he gets his superpowers.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just shocked in this R-rated film. By the way, this film is R-rated. That they went so light on the torture. But
after Wade finds out Ajax's real name and relentlessly harasses him about having the name Francis, that really ticks off Francis, and he takes the torture to a new level.
And again, this entire time we've been like building up like this guy is an absolute villain. Like, he just is a sadist. He enjoys the torture. This is his one joy in life. It also, we should point out that he's a survivor of this. It has given him
Yeah, he has
some healing
superpowers.
ability.
Super
He
strength.
is strong and also better reflexes, he says.
But it is worth pointing out that the reveal of the name does happen during the montage because, like you said, it was real PG at first, which my impression of this was he wasn't taking it personal at this point. This was just like bog standard, this is what we have to do to activate the X gene.
No, then it gets too close to home, and he like steps it up to something that is on the surface. Again, it's bloodless. It's not gory. It's not particularly.
It's still pretty
spooky.
tame.
Well, it's tame visually. My goodness, this sets off like every single like nope, don't want that in my bone in my body. Like, hi, we're going to stick you in a machine that will systematically choke you out from lack of oxygen and just resuscitate you enough.
That was
you can be choked out.
That was the last resort. After he had
that's
had enough. No,
That's immediately after the Ajax Francis thing.
No, it is the last thing they do. This is what actually results in activation of the X gene.
Right, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'll leave you here for the weekend." So
Yeah.
his body, I want to say that they were going for like this is an oxygenation. I need to come back for a second, and then I will get you your mushrooms.
But yeah, like Francis is super pissed at this point because of the relentless harassing about his name, and like he doesn't care if Wade dies at this point.
Yep. So he just sticks him in this chamber. It's
just a tube that's air sealed. It suffocates him to the point that his heart almost stops but doesn't, and then resuscitates him and just does this continuously all weekend.
For the weekend. Comes back. Wade is horribly scarred from this. Like, just complete body deterioration.
He got his powers.
But he does have his powers. His healing factor is so high that it is healing the cancer quicker than it's killing it. And that's
Correct.
great. And then Francis just locks him in there again.
Yeah, Francis is like, yeah, but normally I would let you out, but nah, I'm leaving you in here. Because it's fun.
Wade does the "you've got something in your teeth" bit again.
Yes. And he actually did have something in his teeth this time.
Yes.
Which is what makes it even funnier. Because he does not buy it. He does not believe it.
I've dumped all the weed stems over here for what it's worth.
But, yeah. He actually, he taunts Angel, which causes her to go in to, like, punch him or something, and then he headbutts her.
Yeah.
What you wouldn't know until after the scene kind of gets to its conclusion, after Ajax stops her from beating the mess out of him, and they walk off, is that, Angel, like, chews on toothpicks.
Chews on matches.
Matches, right. Sorry. That's right. And that was the purpose of the taunting and the headbutt, was to get her match. Which, after they left, he then coughed back up and lit and tossed into some hose in the machine or vent or something that causes the machine to explode.
So it's right by the oxygen intake. So, like, what he does is he does that at the exact right time so that when the oxygen starts flooding in to resuscitate him, it burns the oxygen out through the tank and explodes, because you never want pure oxygen and fire to meet. It's a bad time. I don't actually know particularly how strong that would be, because if it's pure oxygen, it doesn't have any actual fuel that it could burn, but, like, I'm not going to get into the chemistry of it. How do I place this? There we go. Where do you want these twigs? Where are you?
Twigs? I'm on the second floor of the storage building.
Storage building. Weed stem storage up top. Got it.
Oh, those, right, yeah. Let's go up here.
That's fine.
So yeah, the tank explodes. He gets free. Francis comes back. They fight for a little bit, but Wade is kind of disadvantaged from constantly being almost dead and resuscitated for a whole weekend. Ends up getting overpowered by Francis and...
Can I read my notes in here?
Sure.
Just two dudes almost naked in a burning building smacking each other with fire extinguishers and quipping. Period. Hot. Period.
It is very hot.
Like, they're two naked dudes in a burning building and all they're doing is just like having a cat fight. The funny thing is that they are both smacking each other with fire extinguishers in the burning building. Also, Wade gets impaled and then a building collapses on him and survives. I'd be weird if other superheroes with great healing powers had something like that happen to them. This movie came out before Logan.
Yeah, well, we know that, Logan's healing factor was, his battery was running out at that point.
Yeah.
So it wasn't
I'm just saying
functioning. I think Wolverine and Deadpool at normal strength basically have the same strength of healing factor.
I think that is confirmed by the third movie at the very least.
And, Logan's healing factor was considerably weakened in Logan.
But they don't... I was expecting at some point they would do a callback in the movies of like... like, first time being impaled here sort of thing. But no, that doesn't happen. Okay, you're needing mushrooms after I drop off all of this. Hopefully. Is that what we're doing?
Uh-huh.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're getting at. I'm actually going to, while I'm here, grab this. But yeah, he's turbo impaled. We also have some more. Again, the chronology here. We're going more chronological than the movie is, but it does keep flashing back to the bridge throughout this. Like Wade. Before we were even introduced to Ajax in the flashback-averse, we see him impale the guy who got away. He fights
actually
him.
the whole time after the initial fight scene where he expends the 12 bullet, he starts calling out, "Francis, where are you, Francis? Where's Francis?"
Yep, and he does get Francis impaled. Only for us to see that there is a giant gunfight and pile up on the highway that is being reported on the news, which gets word back to the X-Mansion, and so Negasonic Teenage Warhead and Colossus, played by a completely different Colossus actor, and I really love the direction that they've taken Colossus's character here, where he is just like, Big Russian Guardian Angel.
He's great.
Oh, I love Colossus. He's very fun. I'm just very goody two-shoes. You need to eat your breakfast. You need to have your... it's most important meal of day. Deadpool may try to crush your bones. I love him. He's doing about as good of a Russian accent as I was there, which means not great, but... Ivana Rushkonvinsky is doing what they can. So they show up. They meet Deadpool, and he's like, I am going to torture and then murder Francis. And they're like, you can't do that. That's not how a hero works. Don't be this way. They have back and forth on the bridge, and Francis escapes while Colossus and Deadpool are arguing.
Oh,
Deadpool
the back and
like,
forth. The back and forth is pretty good with Negasonic Teenage Warhead, because she is like a teenage girl. And it kind of calls her out on that because she's like kind of emo-ish very standoffish, and he makes a comment about, you're either going to have a long, awkward silence or a mean comment. So which is it?
Long, sullen silence, not awkward.
Oh,
You just
sorry.
stare there, and she's like, you got me in a box here. Grudging respect. They also he's also like, no one got hurt, and then the guy falls off the sign, and he's like, he was like that when I got here, which technically is true. Because, again, that motorcycle flew and flipped before his vehicle got there. And I caught that this time. I didn't catch that the first time, but yeah, technically that guy was up there when Deadpool came by. I'm collecting mushrooms now. But yes, Francis manages to escape his katana impaling. Deadpool gets real ticked off at Colossus and then proceeds to break his hands and legs trying to fight him in a, it's only a flesh wound bit.
Yeah, and when he's broken both of his hands and one of his legs, he said, have you ever heard of the one-legged man in the butt-kicking competition?
To which Colossus just,
kind of exasperated sigh.
Punches him out, claps some manacles on him, and starts dragging him away to the X Mansion to go see Professor X, and then we get.
And then he says, "Wait, McAvoy or Stewart? These timelines are getting so confusing."
Yep.
Which is a great line that I didn't pick up on the first time because, full disclosure about me, I didn't really care about X-Men. But Deadpool as a character became pretty mainstream a couple years before the movie came out. I don't know much about the comics, but I was seeing people at conventions dressed up as Deadpool and stuff like that. That got me curious about the character, and I started to see comic pages being posted on Facebook and stuff that I just randomly come across, and I started to really enjoy this character, which got me excited for the movie. So I had only seen X-Men and X2, X-Men United at this point. So I did not pick up on the joke.
And I mean, also you'd have to be familiar with who James McAvoy is, and you're not the best with actor names to start with. Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure the only thing I've ever seen him in is the prequel movies.
Have you seen the Narnia movies?
Only the first one.
He plays Mr. Tumnus in that.
Who?
The Goat Boy.
I don't remember a Goat Boy.
The very first guy that Lucy Pennyworth.
Yeah, I saw that movie in the theater, and that's not something that stuck in my mind.
It's fine. He's a big part of the friggin' movies. I just love James McAvoy. We've been over this. This is not the movie for that. Anyways, he's being dragged off to the X Mansion, to which he's like, I don't think so. Have you ever seen 127 Hours? Spoilers, this is how it ends, and he chops off his own hand, jumps out into... This is the rock bottom bit. This is where he jumps into the dumpster and says, rock meet bottom. And
no, wait. You're skipping just a little bit ahead of one point I want to make out. He is cutting off his hand, and they do a really good job with the cameramanship that you can see he does something with his hand, but it's just off screen right as he's actually severing it. Mm-hmm. And then he jumps off. And then after they see him go away, Colossus pulls up the handcuffs and looks at it, and it's just his hand flipping him the bird.
Yep, that is correct. We also get a nice blood spatter money shot. And,
hilarious bit.
As it rotates into frame to the bird, right? It's behind his severed stump. And then we see him riding the garbage truck back home to where he lives with Al, who you'd met earlier. No.
This is the first time we see Al.
No, the first time we see Al is during the montage to hunt down Francis after he gets out from the burning building. Rock meet bottom. Now we're back into
okay.
A burning building has collapsed on him. And he survives. He can survive anything. He has super regeneration power. So him chopping off his hand might not even be a big deal for him. But we're not sure about that. We're not sure how he's going to regenerate that. Spoilers, he's going to regenerate that. And then he's like, well, I'm alive. I'm horribly disfigured, but I'm alive. Let's go hunt down my girlfriend and tell her that my cancer's cured. And then he's in crowds and everyone starts pointing and staring and he gets a little bit insecure because Ryan Reynolds is a pretty guy and he maybe is a little superficial that way. Or concerned that Vanessa might be superficial and might not love him. Or want to sit on his face. And so he's like, maybe not. Let's go hunt down Francis because he said that he might be able to fix me.
Yeah. So we did gloss over this, but right before Francis was like, I'm going to keep you in here just because I can and I don't like you. He did say explicitly, not just flowery language, but he explicitly said, oh yeah, we can fix that, but I don't want to.
Because I'm a joik. So yeah, then we have the second montage of the movie? Maybe third.
This is the one where he's going through all of his costume
iterations and
iterations.
And also just like a bunch of really inventive kills yelling, "Where's Francis? Where's Francis?" Doggedly.
Given a lot of Harrison Ford vibes.
I was thinking Batman, where is he? Where's Rachel?
There's enough Batman references in these movies that
there's not that many.
I mean, he does call out Batman by name in at least 2 of the movies.
Calls out a lot of things by name. I want to eat.
Well, calling out Batman by name sticks out in my mind just because, like, that's DC.
Fair enough. Give me 2 seconds here.
And, like,
done.
I don't know how it's okay for them to make that joke.
Okay, so here's the thing. You can argue fair. I'll send you a video from the Matt Johnson, the Nirvana the Band the Show creator.
I mean,
there's actually a lot of like interesting like legal loopholes that you can get around for just like arguing fair use.
Well, I know that like you are allowed to mention a trademark as like a matter-of-factly thing. Like,
you can do a lot more than that, Blau. Trust me. I will show you what I'm talking about.
So, like, the Olympics is very litigious over their trademarks, of which Olympics is one. But if you're not sponsored by the Olympics, it is still allowed for you to, like, get a deal with an Olympic athlete and correctly identify them as an Olympic athlete.
Yeah.
But, like, you can't just say a drink of the Olympics or something. No. And I know copyright law, especially in the United States, it's, like, super duper complicated. You don't need to send me a video because, honestly, I'm not going to remember it anyway.
It's a very fascinating thing about what, like, this director is able to, like, push. But sure.
Hi there, Ashton. Welcome to the stream.
I'm not reading the actual chat. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person.
That's fine. I may interrupt you when people come in. Honestly, we don't really get that a lot.
I need pine cones, so I need to go here. I am searching survey resources. Yes, please.
This is a stream where we are just kind of doing menial tasks in Grounded in between our recording sessions of it. And we kind of like turned it into a podcast thing. The last, what is it now, 3 episodes? We've been just discussing all of the X-Men movies, and this is our 4th part of that.
This is 4th part of.
No, we did not talk about X-Men in the first one. So that was when you wanted to talk about silly things like recycling or something.
Recycling, it's important.
Because you were like trying to clown on me, because I guess you didn't know exactly what I was trying to get at. But yeah, this is our 4th and final part talking about the X-Men movies, as we are talking about the Deadpool trilogy. There will be full spoilers for Deadpool and Wolverine, but we will make sure to warn you before we get into that. Right now, we're talking about Deadpool 1.
Spoilers. Wolverine's in that movie. In case you didn't know. Just want to keep you informed. Yeah, so we get the whole montage. We get to see a man. Well, we don't actually get to see the man killed by a Zamboni. But boy, that's an evocative image.
Why did you not remind me that your stream has been, like, down this whole time?
What?
Yeah, I need to hit watch stream again. There we go.
I did.
I just looked up at the OBS window and saw it, and I was like, oh!
Oh, well, it's fine. It's fine. I need to pull my... There we go.
Honestly, I never would have thought about it if Ashton had not say, bruh, 1K rocks. I'm like, why are you paying attention to what I'm doing? Surely what Buttface is doing is more interesting.
I'm definitely not that interesting.
I'm literally just building foundation.
Do you have enough rocks and stuff for your foundation?
Maybe not on clay, but I should be good on rocks because I still have over 1,000. But
okay.
Like I've got 500 clay. We'll see.
We'll see.
So, Buttface is gathering materials that we need for building, and I am doing the building. We're just trying
I got my sneeze there.
to build up a swag base, I guess.
Before we start looping.
Yeah, we're kind of at the end game here. Our next recording session, we're planning to finish up the 100% and beat the game.
I couldn't mute. Sorry.
So,
I'm dying here.
so yeah, we're just trying to set up our base how we want it before we go into New Game Plus.
She's doing an excellent job at making a house. Can I get...
Oh, I'm not actually building the house right now. I'm expanding our plot of land up here so that I can build the museum.
Wow. It'll be fun. It's basically the same thing. We get the murder montage. We get the "Or just wear red" comment from a lady in the dry cleaners, or just the laundromat, not a dry cleaner.
Yeah,
And,
about that
on the Deadpool.
About that joke, we didn't mention it, but during the initial shootout on the bridge, Deadpool makes a joke about, I wear red so my enemies can't see me bleed. And then he says, that guy has the right idea, he's wearing his brown pants.
So I'm going to say that us not mentioning things and then having to go back and mention them is an intentional stylistic choice of the stream to mimic the non-linear narratives of all three Deadpool movies.
I'm absolutely going to forget this detail later, so I'm going to say it now. This is one of the setup and payoff much later things that happens in Deadpool and Wolverine. There is a joke later on about... we'll talk about it. We're just gonna... I guarantee I'm going to forget this line. But Deadpool sees a certain person that I'm not going to spoil just yet. And says, I should have worn my white pants.
Yes. That does... Nope, that's not in... That's in the second movie.
Was it? I thought it was...
Yep.
I thought it was when he sees that certain person that you wouldn't have expected.
No, it's when he sees a very large guy in the second movie.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah.
I am right.
I knew it was when he sees someone.
Yep. Anyways. So yeah, we finished the montage. He does track down tracks down Agent Smith, eventually pushes the camera out of the way before he does horrible things to Agent Smith, and gets where Ajax is. Then we do the final flash forward to you're all caught up, and that's how I let Ajax get away. I mean, Francis. Francis ran away. He's patching up. He's like, wow, Wade survived. I should probably do something about that. Meanwhile, Wade goes back to his place where he lives with Blind Al, who you've already met. She was the lady at the dry cleaners. And Blind Al gets home, and they're putting together a Bjorkstenorgen, whatever the IKEA thing is. They have some banter. She's like, I miss cocaine. He's like, don't worry. No, he doesn't say that yet. He doesn't say that yet. I'm saving it in my back pocket.
I don't know why you want to see in the chest. It's literally just pebblets and clay.
She's just got pebblets and clay in there. It's nothing interesting. He's regrowing his tiny baby hand and taking full advantage of scale difference. Meanwhile, while
this is the first of a couple of gags where he
the
basically
are played with.
He baits Blind Al into touching his gross baby limbs.
I like the gross baby limb in this more so than in 2, and they don't do it in 3. There's a lot in the first 2 movies that they don't end up doing in 3. Stop it! Stop it! I'm dying. Fine. Ow. Woo! That did hurt. What the heck? Well, that ant's not gonna survive. That ant's not gonna be in Deadpool 4. Okay, I gotta come home. My inventory is absolutely jam packed now.
I think we're gonna have a photo finish on if I have enough clay for this.
I'm not bringing you more clay.
I mean, that's
a heads up.
It's fine. I don't need it right now. And if I need it, I'll probably just go get it myself.
Oh, it was right here. Well, I missed it. Sorry, I need to scroll my bit here. Right, Ajax now knows that Wade is alive. Wade's like, well, that was my one chance at getting at him. I'm just gonna go sulk while I let my baby hand regrow. Meanwhile, Ajax hunts down Wade's old watering hole. And
I wouldn't really call it the old watering hole. Because he still goes there. It's just not there when Ajax goes there.
Well, yeah, but it's the watering hole that he knows that Wade Wilson is at. That's how the recruiter got there in the first place.
Right.
I'm trying to break apart a pine cone. Just give me 2 seconds here. It's actually finickier than you'd think. Steals the picture of Wade and learns that he has a girlfriend named Vanessa. And then his barmate is like, Wade, you have to go and talk to Vanessa and warn her. So they go to Vanessa's place of work, where we have gratuitous...
Gentlemen's Club?
Yes, we have, like I was saying, we have gratuitous Stan Lee cameos. He almost talks to her and then chickens out at the last second. And
then we cut to a scene where the bartender is telling Vanessa that someone wants to talk to her out back. Something about an old boyfriend.
Yep. So she goes out back, and surprise, instead of it actually being Wade, it was subversion of expectations, Francis. So she gets kidnapped. Wade witnesses this? Question mark? He knows that Vanessa's kidnapped at some point here, somehow. And is like, that's it. You know what? I'm just all the guns, maximum effort. Let's go. We're going to do. Oh, I can't. My inventory is that full, is it? Well, this is a problem. We're just gonna have to take the damage for a second. Inventory full. What can I trash? You don't need those. All right. Go. I gotta run. Oh, we're not putting up with this today. Is that closer? Technically? Okay. So he goes back to the base. He starts getting the base, I say. His terrible apartment that's falling apart. Not the one that we saw him and Vanessa in, by the way. So that must be Vanessa's apartment. And it's definitely not his friend from the bar's place, because we see that in the second movie. This is a third location that he already lived at and then put an advertisement out on Craigslist, or was that Al's advertisement on Craigslist? I'm getting confused. Either way. They get there, they get all the guns together. He's like on his suicide mission, and he on the way out the door he tells Al there's like kilos of cocaine buried in this place along next to the cure for blindness. And then she like flips him off because haha, very funny, you're a jerk. Wait, this is the joke. You're making fun of the fact that I'm blind. And then they
actually, hold on a sec.
Directly, yes.
I quoted this line to you. Where was it?
Would I be able to back up for 2 seconds while you're finding that? While
There's 116 kilos of cocaine buried somewhere in this apartment, right next to the cure for blindness. Good luck.
Yes. While they're being while Francis and Angel Dust are at the bar, the bartender makes a specific joke saying like, maybe try wearing something less monochromatic. Have fun at your midnight showing at Blade 2. Which is a super weird joke to make in a movie that is wink, wink, nudge, nudge. This is Ryan Reynolds, who's played Green Lantern and the shitty, like, sewn your mouth shut Deadpool. When he's in Blade 3, the movie that people also don't like, playing a character who I've completely forgotten.
They made 3 Blade movies?
They made 3 Blade movies, and they make a Blade 2 joke, not a Blade 3 joke. Which is like, I don't get that. I don't get it.
They definitely make a lot of jokes about Green Lantern, though.
They make a couple.
Which is a lot.
Controversial opinion. Green Lantern is not a terrible movie.
I haven't seen it.
It's not bad. Watch the director's cut.
Okay.
But yes, instead of going directly to where Francis is, there's only one toenail here? What? I got exactly one toenail, by the way. That's not a lot. Okay, whatever.
Where are you? At the ashtray?
Yeah, there was only one.
You must have come like right when they started respawning.
Ain't nothing. Making my life sad. Yeah, there's some fuzz down here though, so let's do the loop. Oh, I should have dumped stuff from my inventory to start with. Can you get out, please and thank you? Oh, I don't have Ant Friend on either right now. Even though that was bugged for me last time. Whatever, it's fine. I'm just avoiding people anyways. But yeah, they don't actually go directly to Francis. They instead stop by the X Manor and like, hey, Colossus and Negasonic Teenage Warhead, who I'm going to say their entire name every time. This is important. You need to help me. I'm trying to be a hero. I'm trying to save someone. Like, nut up or shut up on this one. And they agree. So all of them and Dopinder are going to go and see what they can do to stop old Frankie.
And this is where
Kinda,
our
sort of.
big climactic ending kind of starts. It takes like 30 minutes for this ending.
Well, we also find out that during this car ride, Deadpool talked to Dopinder, or Dopinder was inspired by Deadpool's talk to kidnap the
Bantu?
guy the girl he was pining for. Why would I miss that?
It's I'm pretty sure his name is Bantu.
Bentu, yes, you are correct. Dopinder kidnaps Bentu, and is in the back of the car there, along with all of Deadpool's giant bag of guns and just the amount of ammo that he has. And he's like, oh man, with that amount of ammo, you've seen what I can do with 12 guns. Oh, imagine what I can do with all of this. And then they get out of the car, and Dopinder drives away to go deal with Bentu, and the Negasonic Teenage Warhead says, you forgot your guns. Then there's a big climactic fight scene. I really don't have anything to say about it. It's a big climactic fight scene. They do some bits. That you see superheroes punching.
It is worth noting that
superhero landing.
Yep, this is the first time he mocks a superhero landing, which Angel Dust does. Primarily, Colossus will square off against Angel Dust, and Deadpool will square off against a bunch of like nameless henchmen. Although one of them does have a name. His name is Bob.
TGI Fridays?
Yeah.
Down in Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish that he'd come back ever.
Was that in your notes?
It was.
That was a good bit. Because he still ends up knocking him out, and then while the guy is knocked out, he's like, so how's the wife and kids?
No, he specifically asks about his wife's tuna casserole.
Right. I think he says that's delicious, but you can't eat too much because it'll make him fat.
There are good like comedy bits in this fight scene, like Ajax saying, "What's my name?" Deadpool muttering under his breath,
"I'll spell it out for him." And then at the end of part 1, he takes like all the nameless henchmen, dead bodies, and spells out Francis with their bodies.
The I in Francis is a dude with his butt sticking up. Do you want me to put mushrooms specifically where? Well, it's loading in. It's taking a minute.
If we don't, I'm pretty sure we have one for mushrooms. But if we don't, then
I have fungal growth.
There should be another one nearby. Mushrooms.
Oh, mushrooms. Yeah. Hey, look at that. You definitely have that.
Yeah, one thing about this fight, though, is that while Colossus is fighting Angel Dust, Ever the Gentleman, at one point, after taking a particularly hard hit from Negasonic Teenage Warhead as she explodes.
Yeah, that's her power. She just can explode. Right?
Yes. Angel Dust's her breast comes out of her top.
We've all been there.
And Colossus, being the upstanding gentleman that he is, he's like covering the audience's view of it with his hand, and telling her you might want to fix that, and like simultaneously looking away himself, though he had already seen it. And he makes a comment about how lovely she looks or something.
Right now? I'm right here. What is next on my to-do list? Probably more burrs and stems.
I mean, I do need pine cones, but I get the feeling that those have not respawned.
I just dumped off a bunch.
Oh, okay.
You're palleting. I'm gonna go move some pallets for a minute.
Okay. But yeah, he makes a comment about her being beautiful or lovely or something. To which,
you're a very pretty woman.
Yes. And she's like, "Oh, that's so sweet of you," and then sucker punches him.
Yeah, well, as you do. No, stop that. Move this here. There we go. Can I super build? I can! Ah, yes! That's exactly what I wanted to do. Yeah. Now, okay, so, sorry. You were saying that there was some sort of food that I should be putting into my belly so that I can actually carry all of this.
A smoothie. Workman's Comp smoothie.
Workman Comp smoothie. And is it the fire ant gear that I need to wear, or is it
red ant? Red ant.
Dang it. That is... I'm wearing... That's black ant. Where is red ant? There we are. Oh, you've organized these into their tiers. I understand how that works.
Yes.
That's gonna be fine. Workers comp smoothie. How do I do this?
I would suggest the gum for it.
We only have 8 pieces of gum. Is that fine for me to use one?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
don't make a ton of them with the gum, but like the gum makes
one for now because I'm gonna be coming back to the base every time.
yeah, the gum makes it last longer. Although if it runs out while you're carrying above your normal limit, I don't think it'll make you drop them or anything.
We'll find out.
But of course, if you get hit, you won't be able to pick them back up.
That's fine. Don't even worry about it. And I'm taking a thingy with me. One of these large plank pallets. Oh yeah, not really much. Not really much to talk about. Vanessa is reunited with Deadpool.
Well, I mean, there's still a little bit to talk about. This. So I don't think we made it clear that Francis was like on top of this massive structure.
You know what that structure is, right?
I do not.
It's a fallen helicarrier from the Marvel universe. Like the things that Shield has.
Okay.
The like the giant floating warship that they have in like Avengers 1.
Okay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That's what it is. They
Uh,
don't actually call it out, but you can like tell that that's the asset.
right. But so he's on this massive structure, and I forget who does it. It might be Angel. Someone like blows up the base of it.
I'm going to give you 3 seconds to think who might be the one to explode the thing.
I don't think it was Negasonic Teenage Warrior, though.
Negasonic.
Was it? How did she do it?
She goes like absolutely nuclear. That's how she gets Wade up there, is by blowing him up from underneath. She gets on top of a thing and explodes, and he goes launching up to the top of it.
Then that couldn't be this, because they fought on it before it like tilts over. I'm talking about the explosion that makes it tilt over.
I'm fairly certain that's a Negasonic thing that she does, but
they were fighting before it. They were fighting on top of it before it tilted over.
oh no, not that.
She might have done that to get him up there and then like exploded while fighting Angel into it or something afterward.
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't remember exactly. I should, but I don't.
Literally my notes are ending fight montage, not a lot to talk about. It's just a big fight. I kind of don't have more juice in the tank to talk about big action fights in junkyards.
Well, I do. So that's why I'm talking.
You do it. I believe
So-
you, girl. You got this.
Anyway, they're fighting Francis and Deadpool, and the thing they're fighting on ends up getting boomed at the base, and it kind of like starts tilting forward. Everything starts sliding off of it. Vanessa has been like struck somehow. I forget what happened. Something Francis did. But she's like prone on the ground or whatever. I think Deadpool took a knife to the head.
Right. Can we talk about the knife to the head for 2 seconds?
I think they played some cheesy music here as well. That
I would like to talk about the knife to the head. Deadpool gets a knife through his head, and it shows you Deadpool vision looking at Vanessa knocked on the ground as like cartoon characters are running around, and it's playing love songs. And I really like the cartoon of.
Yeah, it's I don't know the name of the song, but it's like.
Is it Wham? Are they playing Wham at this time?
I said,
you're my angel, you're my
No.
darling. No?
I thought it was you're the inspiration in my life. You're my inspiration.
Yes.
That song?
Yes. Yep.
The only reason I think it's that is because when he pulls the knife out of his head, it like distorts the tune,
Yeah,
and
it does
that's
the
why
record
that's
speeding up, slow down, warble thing.
before it goes back to normal. And I remember that, and I hear that in that song. I could be wrong on which song it is, but that's why I think it's that.
No, fair enough. need to build.
But yeah,
I guess.
as it's tilting over, Deadpool notices the chamber that he got tortured in to get his powers. And he says, "I have an idea."
Was
and
already locked in. That's what
Yes.
Francis was taunting him with.
Yeah, and he says, "I have an idea, and you're not gonna like it." And as it's sliding down, he grabs it. He grabs Vanessa in a really cool like single motion and just throws her up in it. Which, in real life, this would obviously not do anything to protect someone from this big a fall. But somehow it completely protects her from the rubble that falls on top of it and buries it. That Colossus has to pull off to dig her out.
None of that was true. Except for the part about being a
That's like a huge structure. It's got to be at least 100 feet
yes.
up. Like,
Oh yeah, no, she's dead. She's splat.
she's like not.
Pancake.
Yeah, she's not even like strapped in on this thing or anything. She would be like bouncing all around in that thing. She would just be like a bloody mist.
It's basically a Vanessa smoothie shaker.
Pretty much.
Ah, dang it! I forgot to do the thing that I needed to do. Oh well, it's fine. I'll just.
But anyway, she's okay. And then suddenly Deadpool's like, "And I'm okay too." I don't remember his exact line, but it's basically that. And like, I don't think he even finishes his thought before Francis busts out of the rubble and starts attacking him again.
Yeah.
And they start slugging it out, but Deadpool has the advantage this time because his regeneration is far greater, and that was quite the beating for anybody to take. So he's got the upper hand. Francis is prone on the ground, unable to fight back. And Deadpool pulls out his gun. He's about to kill him. And this is where Colossus interrupts him, saying, 4 or 5 moments. I feel like this might be where you want to take over. You were pretty...
4 or 5 moments. That's all it takes to be hero. It's sparing enemy, or it's like doing the right thing, helping a friend, sparing an enemy, and then bang, shoots him in the head.
There's also a little bit more to that speech. He says something like, "People think you have to be a hero full time, that you wake up a hero, brush your teeth a hero, put on your pants a hero," or whatever. I don't remember
Eat
it.
breakfast a hero. It's
Yeah.
very breakfast focused. What? Why? Why did that? Heck, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, that's why I didn't grab this. That's why I'm a dumb. Relocate. There we go. Now I'm doing the smart thing. Don't mind me. Don't pick that up, by the way.
I was putting something down.
Okay. As long as you were putting it down and not picking it up, we're good.
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
Okay. Anyways, Francis gets shot in the head!
Yeah, because
And we say goodbye to the
Wade's-
best villain in the Deadpool series.
Wade's not a hero.
No, he's not. And he refuses to be one. He will never be a hero. He actually doesn't want to be a hero. That's the one thing he doesn't want to do.
And he's very
Is be
consistent
heroic.
about that.
He's very consistent about that. And then he's reluctant to, like, reunite with Vanessa. Still! Like, she is, like, overjoyed that he's alive, but also then, like, tinged with, like, I'm mad that you've not spoken to me for, like, a year. Like, what the hell, man?
Yeah. But, she does, say she wants to see his face.
Oh, well, they have a little bit of, like, it's been a rough year for me. Oh, yeah, it's been rough for you, and they have their, like, pity Olympics bit.
They do that
Cute.
again.
It's cute.
It is cute. Their crazy matches each other's crazy.
Yep.
But, then she takes off his mask, and, they do what has to be the most predictable bit.
It's a great bit.
But it's still funny.
Well, we've seen that World's Sexiest Man, the
In the
flyer
opening?
cover throughout the movie. It's there in the opening credits. You see it being dropped into the... You see it being dropped into the ammo bag to start with.
Okay, I am not super observant, so I didn't notice any of them but the one in the opening credits.
Nope, it's there in the, like, gear up scene as well.
That's great.
It's really great. Like, it's well set up. Ooh, I can carry a lot.
But, yeah, so she takes his mask off, and he's got another mask on underneath. Like,
And it's
I swear, this bit... was it Hugh Jackman? I thought it was his own face.
No, it's Hugh Jackman's face. That's the bit.
It is hard to tell. Because
it's very crumpled.
It's a very crinkled piece of paper, not high quality.
Not glossy skin. High resolution glossy skin.
The fact that I could not tell that it was Hugh Jackman, I thought it might have been Ryan Reynolds, should be proof enough for how low quality a print job this was. No, that does make it funnier, actually. I mean, it's plenty funny to me thinking it was just, Ryan Reynolds with the, his face.
Oh, I did want to say, going back, well, I'll save that for 3. It's fine. I'll talk about that there. It's just weird for Colossus to say we'll make an X-Men out of you yet. Still, even at this stage.
Well, I mean, he's still hopeful for him.
Still hopeful.
If you can't tell by now, Colossus genuinely does like Deadpool, even though Deadpool just absolutely does not want to be a hero. It's kind of a little bit of that Xavier mentality. Xavier wouldn't give up on Magneto ever, despite all the horrible things he's done. So, I mean, like, you get where it's coming from, really.
Oh, yeah, for sure, But, Vanessa does, like, convince Deadpool that, hey, you know what, I'll still love you no matter what's underneath that mask. And then, she has to fight through it.
Yeah, it's stapled to his face.
Yeah, she pulls it off. She does a little internal gag of like, oh wow, no, you are really messed up under there. But like, you know what? After an adjustment period and some time to like come to terms with it and a lot of drinks, I think that's a face that I could see myself sitting on. Which, yes, absolutely. That's good enough for me. That's a good deal. You have so much grass here.
And then they start to have like a kissing scene when I think either
Kissing
Colossus.
Does this movie have kissing in it? That's a reference that doesn't make sense to you.
Was it Negasonic Teenage Warhead that says something, or was it Colossus?
About what? About them kissing?
Just something to make him realize that they're still there.
I could either one of them. They're still there, and why did that not get? Oh, okay, sure. But yeah, he's like, "What are you two still doing here? Go away! It's the end of the movie."
And then
show's over, folks.
Then it has a pan out with God dang it, what song was it? I don't know, some more like sappy romantic music.
It's Wham. It's the
That's right.
the thing that's set up.
Yeah. They said something about God, we didn't even mention this joke. Like early on, like right after the cancer or something, when he's trying to leave her the first time, he made a comment about like, I'll find you with a boombox playing Wham or something. That's just, I can't remember the line now. And I really should, because I was watching that fan-made Lego version of it when my wife walked into the room, and that line got said about there ain't gonna be no boombox or something. And that was the line that made my wife realize I was watching Deadpool.
Blau, fun fact, when your workers' comp runs out, you do just drop whatever you're carrying.
Okay, they changed that then.
Well, it's a thing that I've learned. It also basically lasted me less than a trip. So I'm not, even with the gum, so I'm not doing that again.
Fair enough.
It gives me exactly like 4, 5 more things that I can carry. It's not particularly worth.
Yeah, I didn't think it was worth it. I thought maybe with the gum it might be a little more worth it, especially if you didn't just drop stuff, which I am like really sure that in a previous patch you didn't just drop stuff when it ran out. But
Is there a reason that you need all of this grass relocated at the moment?
well, we can't use it when it's out there.
Yeah, what are you using it for?
Look, don't question the logistics.
No, I'm asking, because, like, I'm burning through these large pallets, which are eating up precious resources,
Well,
trying to...
you can deconstruct the large pallets when you get back and put them on regular pallets.
Okay, but I'm also not making regular pallets at the moment, either.
I mean, it's fine. Like, I'm not using the pine cones just this second, so, like...
They also take lint.
Oh, well, I do have all the lint on me.
And they also take clay.
We don't have much of that left.
So that's why I'm like, do we need all of these pallets at the moment for grass that we might not ever build anything with? I'm just wondering.
I do really want to get them just out of the middle of the yard before we go into New Game Plus. But we don't like need them for anything right now.
I've lost my way in the dark. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I can find it here. How long have we been talking about Deadpool 1?
2 hours.
How long is Deadpool 1?
2 hours.
Do we have anything left to say about Deadpool 1?
Post credits.
You feel free to post-credit it up.
Yeah, well, there's a short scene at the end where he's like, "Oh, you're still here? Why are you still here? The movie's over." And he really doesn't do anything but just assure you that the movie's over.
Do you even get why that scene is there?
Yes, because Marvel movies always have the post-credit scene.
No, do you even get what that scene is?
No, I don't. I'm not a snob like you.
What do you mean? Where is this aggression coming from? Not a snob. I'm not a snob. I'm just well versed in my media.
You are a cinephile, and I am not.
It's Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
I watched that movie and I still didn't catch it.
That's the ending scene that plays after the credits in Ferris Bueller's. It's the ending. It's fine. It's fine.
It's been quite some years since I last saw Ferris Bueller. I have bad memory. Okay?
It's fine. So I thought at least that one would be, like, culturally relevant.
I've seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off once.
Watching every version of Deadpool. You just said you watched a Lego version of it.
I didn't ever finish it.
That's fair.
I got about halfway through it.
Can't watch Ferris Bueller. Can't watch Princess Bride. It's good.
Why are you sassing me so much? I have other things to do. I have a family. And I did watch Ferris Bueller, okay? I did watch it. I watched the whole movie. I watched it once. I'm not big into rewatching movies unless it's like favorite of all time type of movie.
Or if we're doing a podcast.
Well, no, I do enjoy the Deadpool movies genuinely.
No, this is a great movie. I think this is the best. This is the best Deadpool movie script. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, the post-credit scene, he's like, "Why are you still here? Movie's over. What, were you expecting a teaser for Deadpool 2? Nah, we ain't got the budget for that." And then he walks off, and he comes back. "Oh, but I can tell you one super secret detail. We're going to have Cable. We don't know who we're going to cast, but we're going to have him. Time-traveling hero, bionic arm. He's great."
I have no idea who Cable is.
And then he just walks off, and that's it. Well, I'll tell you who Cable is. Cable is Cyclops and Jean Grey's... Is it Jean Grey? It might be someone that is like an evil clone of Jean Grey. But anyway, it's Cyclops' son from the future.
I'm sorry, what? There's an evil clone of Jean Grey?
I don't know.
As opposed to the regular Jean Grey who's not evil?
I thought it was Cyclops and Jean Grey's son, and someone corrected me that it was like Jean Grey's evil clone or something. I don't know. I don't read the comics. I don't know all the details. All I know is that it is Cable is Cyclops' son from the future, and also that Wolverine can't stand him.
Yeah, Cable sounds real grim, dark, serious, which probably does not gel well with the Deadpool irreverent humor bit.
Oh, he's the straight man.
All right. Do we want to get into DP2?
Let me take let me take care of the machine first.
I will let you machine it up. I will say hi to the kiddos. I will entertain the kiddos while they're here. I might also machine once she gets back. This is a weird... This is a weird bit. This is a weird bit that we have adopted. You know what? I was honestly not expecting her. I was not expecting her to do the machine bit anymore. There's a new, different bit that we're doing. Why do we have so many bits around? That's a spider. That's a big sputter, and I'm carrying a lot of stuff, so I don't want to actually be where that sputter is right now. Anywhere else would be better. It's very dark. You're probably not able to see me at the moment. Ooh, and I'm also weird elevation. This is such an amount of effort for like not really much gain for the cleanup, but like it's still the amount of back and forth on this. What I should no, because I can't carry these pallets while I'm on a zip line unless I build them while I'm down there. I'm torn. Absolutely torn. She's building a large structure with staircases. But, like, to what end? To what end is she doing this? They don't really have paint in this game. You can't paint the buildings. Also, that's all incomplete. And dreadfully distinct. Yeah, heck, we are running low on these.
Okay, I'm back. Before we get into Deadpool 2, though,
I need an update. I need a machine update. Why do we have two different... I was saying, why do we have two different distinct bits for this? Like, we're mixing... But thank you. I just heard the notification. Much appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so before we get into Deadpool 2, I just want to say, I'm not aware of any alternate versions of Deadpool 1, other than, the Lego version of Deadpool 1 that was made by a fan, so it's not official, but it is out there on YouTube and free if you want to see it.
Was it good? I haven't seen it yet.
I watched about half of it, and like obviously a lot of the gags are lost and changed in the artistic style, because Deadpool has a lot of visual gags.
It's just a lot of fidelity, right?
So they replace a lot of the gags with Lego gags, like the kind of thing you would see in a Lego game.
Mm-hmm.
And it works. Like, I appreciated the differences.
Nice. I need to pull up different set of notes.
While you're doing that, there is one thing I want to say about Deadpool 2 before we get into that, and that is that, so Deadpool 2 has 3 different official versions. I have watched all 3. I think Buttface has seen 2 of them, correct?
Well, I have no idea.
Anyway, there's the original R-rated version, just commonly called the theatrical release.
I have seen that one, I can confirm.
Yeah, I saw that in the theaters, and then I rewatched it when this idea to do this podcast first came up on Disney Plus. And then I was like, you know what? There was that other version that had extra scenes. I think it was like a year after Deadpool 2 came out in theaters. They re-released it as a PG-13 version.
Oh,
where
there's also a super duper cut, isn't there?
I'm getting to
That
it.
came first.
I'm getting
that came
to
first, didn't it?
I don't know when it came in. But I was going to talk about that last.
Oh, I was gonna say I think that one was released first, and then they went and did the one that you're wanting to talk about, which is the re-release.
Well, Super Duper Cut was never in theaters, so
Yeah,
I'm
it's
talking
like the
about
whole movie release, and then they re-released it in theaters. That's what I'm saying.
You have derailed my whole chain of thought.
Okay, I'll get you back on track.
For no reason.
There was a home video release, and then there was one that they, after the home video release, they were like, let's put it back out into theaters, but let's just not do a straight re-release. Let's do something different with it. Let's catch a different audience.
So anyway, about a year after the original theatrical release, they re-released it in theaters as a PG-13 version called Once Upon a Deadpool. And
so that kiddies can go and enjoy it now.
They cut out a lot of the gratuitous violence got cut out.
Yeah, I'm out of clay.
Some entire scenes had to be cut out and replaced with something less graphic. A lot of jokes got changed. Some jokes that I didn't even think were bad for children were changed. Maybe they were changed because children might not get the jokes. There's actually one scene in particular in the theatrical release had no dialogue that in Once Upon a Deadpool had just all this smart-ass commentary from Deadpool.
What am I doing here?
Right. I think some racist jokes were changed. Not like this is the producers doing a bad, but like they were trying to present someone as racist against mutants. That's what I mean. That joke was changed. A lot of little stuff like that. The major change, though, was they had, because of the scenes that did have to be outright cut, they needed to make up that lost runtime. So they added in scenes with the Princess Bride set, with Fred Savage in the bed. Against his will, Deadpool has kidnapped him and is reading him the story of Deadpool 2.
Yeah, Deadpool is playing the Peter Falk in this situation versus the Fred Savage. And I mean, like, now I want to see what Ryan Reynolds could do as Columbo. I think it would be a terrible idea, but like, let's get there.
I will let you take point on all of those scenes since I have not watched Princess Bride.
Well, I have nothing. It's just the whole point is that it keeps flashing back to Princess Bride is a story within a story. It's a grandfather reading his son or his grandson a story in bed while he's like homesick, and Fred Savage is just being like, I'm not gonna like this story. Is it one that has like kissing in it? And his grandpa's like, yeah, but there's also like monsters and fighting and sword fighting, and it is a story about true love. But like, we can skip over all that part. And then every once in a while, they interrupt, or the grandpa's like, I gotta skip over this. It's a little too graphic for you. And the kid's like, no, I can hear it. And at the end, he's like, actually, I do kind of want to hear when Wesley and Buttercup get together and have their big final climactic kiss. That's all of the arc of the in real life bits in the bedroom. There is no mention of Nickelback that I'm aware of.
Are you talking about Princess Bride?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't mention Nickelback in Princess Bride.
Okay. Well, they don't actually mention Nickelback in Once Upon a Deadpool either. But there is a scene of Deadpool and Fred Savage really getting into an argument about Nickelback because Fred Savage leans into the meme that Nickelback sucks. And Deadpool goes totally on the defensive for Nickelback. talking about their accolades and how well their albums have sold and all this, and then Fred Savage eventually comes around on. It's a really funny scene, but it was a trailer that's not actually in the movie.
The only reason I know of this existence is because Blau had me do extraneous amounts of homework.
It was a really funny scene, though.
You'll have to take her word for it, folks.
There were other scenes, though. There was one about, like, copyright, because this was still Fox at the time, but Disney had already begun their acquisition, but it wasn't finalized yet. And there was some other jokes that I don't remember, like, unfortunately, I don't think there is, like, a good source of just all the Fred Savage scenes as a compilation on YouTube. If there was, I would recommend that, because I don't think Once Upon a Deadpool is on any streaming service or available for purchase on home video. Because if it is, I haven't found it. I could be wrong entirely. I have not searched all that well. But, yeah, really the main reason to watch it is for the Fred Savage scenes. Because a lot of the alternate scenes that I talked about and changed dialogue, those things actually made it into the unrated Super Duper cut.
Oh, really?
Yes. There are also additional scenes not in either the theatrical release or Once Upon a Deadpool. There are expanded scenes from Once Upon a Deadpool that wasn't in the expanded version wasn't in there. There are brand new replacement jokes that wasn't in either the theatrical release or Once Upon a Deadpool. So what I'm getting at is all three versions are worth watching for one reason or another, but I would say if you only wanted to watch one, Super Duper Cut's the way to go.
Okie dokie.
And that's all the pre-Deadpool 2 talk I wanted to get out of the way.
We're going to spoil the ending of Logan right off of the bat. So cover your ears if you don't want to find out that Wolverine gets impaled on a stump in 3 seconds, okay?
So Wolverine gets impaled on a stump.
Yeah, and it's it makes for a really great alarm clock.
No, it's a music box.
Is it a music box?
And what song did it play? It plays the song that plays during the credits. We belong to each other. That song.
Right.
I'm pointing out which songs are played because it's really good choices that absolutely affects how you feel about these scenes.
No, they're good. We didn't really mention it in the first movie, but there's a lot of times where Deadpool breaks the fourth wall by talking to the
audience.
to the soundtrack. No, to the soundtrack itself. Like he will make mention of like, I know that he does it here where during a fight montage he's like, hit it, Dolly, and then Dolly Parton's 9 to 5 starts playing, and he does that a lot during the first movie as well.
He also mentions characters by their actor's name a lot.
Yes.
I think in the first movie, he really only did it with the McAvoy or Stewart bit. But,
he also calls out Ryan Reynolds as being very attractive.
Well, he never refers to himself as Ryan Reynolds, though.
No. When he's talking about
I'm
hideously disfigured, how do you think people react to me? Ryan Reynolds only coasts by not by his acting ability.
It's funny, though, because I think Ryan Reynolds canonically exists in Deadpool's world. I think that's the bit.
Yes, well, all of the movies that Ryan Reynolds has been in definitely exist.
Yes.
Because you see, action figures from them. But Deadpool, this opening montage is him sitting on top of, or in the apartment that he shares with Vanessa. Not Al's apartment. as he is filling it with high-grade explosives and lighting a match and blowing himself up. Because this is a movie in which Deadpool dies.
And
That's the canonical thing.
the first words in the movie are "fuck Wolverine."
Because he totally stole
Yeah.
Deadpool's thunder on dying first.
Yeah, having an R-rated movie, swearing a lot, and then ups the ante by dying.
Yep.
And he says, "Well, guess what, Wolvie? I'm dying too."
Yep.
Which
then he explodes, and then it flashes back. Actually, we get the flashback to why he's dying, because he is a contract killer for hire, and he is going out and doing all. Did you use up all the pine cones and the clay and everything? I need to. I'm gonna go do a pine cone. You know what?
I'll get clay because I've.
What?
I said I will get clay because I kind of run out.
I just did.
Oh, I did use up. No, I didn't use any pine cones.
Why is that thing not building up top there?
I have used all of the burrs though.
Oh, I'll go get your burrs.
Yeah, there's 12 pine cones in the box.
Weird. I did get you clay. You should have a bunch of clay.
There, I built the thing up top.
It wasn't building for me.
You might have been
I'm gonna
too
go
far
get you-
from the chest.
I'm gonna get you the burrs and stuff now.
Okay.
That's what should have respawned. That'll be fine.
So, yeah, it cuts to the 9 to 5 scene you were talking about. There are a lot of changes in the scene across versions. It doesn't exist in the Once Upon a Deadpool version.
But yeah, he's doing a bunch of contract killing. It's a pretty okay montage where it keeps cutting back and forth between all of the different locations and like get-ups that he's doing. There's one point of him in an adult entertainment, and he absolutely rocks the superhero landing flip in heels. I kind of want those shoes. They're really nice.
About that scene in the theatrical release, even though it's clearly a gentleman's club, you don't actually see any nudity.
Okay.
And in the super duper cut, you get like 2 seconds of side boob.
2 seconds of side boob is a great name for an indie folk album. Just putting that out there. We also, and then
I just wanted to point that out because that was like a really odd choice to me because like that would have been fine to put in the R-rated version.
Midway through this fight scene, there is also a secondary fight montage at like a bathhouse that is set to a totally different song that is like an Orinoco flow, sort of like just like orchestral.
Yeah, it sounded like Enya to me.
Yeah. Enya Business. Sorry, that was Nunya. And it's this one long take as the camera is swooping around, and it is super, super frenetic, but like also watch it on YouTube if you can. It is an amazing fight choreography scene. It is great work. Interrupted, of course, by Deadpool getting blood in his eyes and wiping that off with a guy's bath towel.
Loincloth.
Yeah.
But about that.
And then it cuts back
about
to the
that.
95.
About that though. I have to interject here because he says a different line in all 3 versions. I don't remember which version. There's only one that I want to focus on. I don't remember which version it was. He says this. I think it might have been the super duper cut. But he wipes the blood out of his eyes and then he looks up. The guy is off screen, so the viewer can't see anything. But he looks up. He's clearly looking at the guy's junk and he says, "Scoutmaster Kevin?" And I wanted to point this out because just remember that he mentions the name Scoutmaster Kevin. That's going to be a recurring joke.
That is important. But yeah, the montage then goes back to the 9 to 5 as we cut to him chasing a guy in a warehouse. And this is not commented on by the film, but I think it is the single strongest joke in all 3 Deadpool movies. Did you catch it?
I can't know unless you...
So it's a guy running in a warehouse while Deadpool is doing like a monologuing, talking in the background. and it's following him running away as Deadpool's fighting all of the mooks in the back in a long tracking shot. Except the guy running away is doing it in slow motion, while everything else and everyone around him is in regular speed.
Oh god, I didn't catch that.
No, it is funny and no one comments on it, but yes, he's like, it's a great bit.
As many times as I have seen that movie in recent memory, I should have gotten it, but I did not.
Nope. He totally is. So he's just running like a doofus is all that is.
Now I'm going to have to watch it again just to see that.
And it's a long scene. It's really protracted. It's great. I love it.
Sergei
Volenshinikov is what I have in here. And it is completely meaningless in context. Like, there's no reason for him to be doing that. It's not Deadpool breaking the fourth wall. It's not just Deadpool being super fast in the background. Everyone else is also at normal speed. But it's hilarious.
So, before I go much further, I do want to comment on another joke that's like kind of meta because it changes between all three versions. Well, two versions since the scene's not in Once Upon a Deadpool. But the very beginning of this 9 to 5 scene, I guess it's some Chinese. I don't know. Was there a Chinese mafia or something?
I would just say Chinese mafia.
It was like a Chinese mafia meeting. They're like in a high class place. He's got the gold. We didn't mention the gold cards, but it was totally a thing from the first one. It's like a credit card or something. It's just gold. It's got a person's name on it or something.
Well, that's what this bar like puts hits out with.
Okay,
like that's his thing.
So he's got this gold card.
That's
the
where
name
he got it from like the girl as well. Yeah. Like he gives her back the card.
The name is in Cantonese, so he can't read it. But he's calling the guy. The guy is speaking Chinese, and he's speaking to him in English. And there are subtitles, so you know what's being said. And he's like, "What are they paying you? I'll double it." And Deadpool says, "I don't speak Cantonese, but I did take Spanish in high school." And then he says a Spanish phrase that is different in both movies. In the Super Duper cut, he says, "Where's the library?" And God, I forget what it was in the theatrical. Yes.
I don't speak Spanish. That is the one Spanish phrase that I know. I did not learn it from this movie.
Well, you didn't watch the Super Duper cut.
I don't know if I watched the Super Duper cut or not. I don't know what cut I just watched.
But I forget what he says in the theatrical release, but it's something equally like nonsense but kind of funny. And then he says the subtitle accurately reflects it, but then he says that means I don't negotiate. And in the theatrical release, that's the end of it. But in the Super Duper cut, there's like 2 more times throughout the movie that he says the same Spanish phrase.
Donde está la biblioteca?
But the subtitle was changed to I don't negotiate. Oh, it was so funny when I caught that.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
So good.
And then during this running away,
one more thing I want to point out about during the bathhouse part of the fight scene. In the Super Duper cut, there's a version where he actually rips off the loincloth from a guy, and I just want to point out that even though we got to see uncensored side boob earlier, they do not show the dong.
They don't show the dong.
It is blurred out in the unrated Super Duper cut.
That is disgusting. I am offended by the blur.
I was honestly shocked by it. I was like, is this the unrated version? Why did they blur it?
Couldn't tell you. But we also get, as part of this narration, that this is, and I quote, a family film.
Yeah, so the joke in the first one was it's a love story.
Well, because it was released on Valentine's
Day. It was on Valentine's Day, and it really is a love story because it's about him trying to
I want to say
work around his issues with Vanessa.
I want to say it was one of the first movies that Not a Girlface wanted to take me to go see. Can you guess what the movie dates that Not a Girlface drags me to go see?
Like, date of the year, or like what movie she forces you to see?
Like the movies that they are the most excited to go see, and that they put on the calendar, and we have to go see it.
I'm gonna guess action flicks.
Fast and Furious and the Deadpool movies are like the only ones I can think of. And maybe like the big tentpole Marvel, but
Well,
that is their shtick.
I'm glad you didn't have any trouble getting them to go to Deadpool Wolverine then.
I didn't have any. Are you kidding? That was circled on our calendar like as of last year. Like they were all for it. They were like, we have to go, and I'm like, okay, all right, no problem. We'll go opening weekend. Maybe not opening weekend because it's a big crowd, but like let's do it as soon as possible. It's like, okay, all right, let's do it. I was already on my list, but no, we went to go see Deadpool and Wolverine on the Valentine's Day. What they wanted, and I was like, okay, or Deadpool.
It's okay. We've seen every Deadpool movie on release day in the theater as well.
It's ridiculous. That's a weird. That's just a weird thing. So I was like, I thought my boyfriend said this was a superhero movie. Like, no, I thought my partner said that.
Your boyfriend.
Yeah, my Boral friend. All right, dropping this off. Anyways, did you want? So yeah, he says that this is a family film, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the first one is a love story. This one's a family film, begging the question what the third film's like ironic genre will be. Anyways, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Yep. And then to top this all off, after all of his mercenary work, he's late getting home. We also have a brief Deepinder interlude where Deepinder's like, I want to become a contract killer. And Deadpool's like, maybe you don't, bud.
And he makes a reference to, what was it, Interview with a Vampire?
Interview with a Vampire, yes.
Yeah,
movie that I have not seen.
I haven't seen it either, but the way he describes the scene is like very, very creepy. Talking about, is it Tom Cruise?
Vampire should be creepy.
Well, I mean, like, creepy in like a Predator way, not...
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely.
Is it Tom Cruise? It was Tom Cruise and Kirsten Dunst, I think. But
sure.
The thing is, I guess Kirsten Dunst
Keira
was...
Knightley or Emily Blunt also make me think, like, those are the other names that come to mind, but I couldn't tell you.
Well, I know for a fact it's Kirsten Dunst for this scene, because Deadpool, like, makes a joke out of not knowing if it's Kristen or Kirsten.
That's it. Good. You're not wrong.
But, I guess Kirsten Dunst was 10 years old in this movie. And
sure.
Dopinder makes it a point to call her 10-year-old Kirsten Dunst every time he mentions her. And he's talking about a scene where, I guess, Tom Cruise... I'm going to say Tom Cruise, because I think that's who it was.
I believe you.
Who's the vampire, feeds 10-year-old Kirsten Dunst his blood. And it's like super creepy Predator way of describing such a scene.
They're putting a lampshade on how weird that is.
Yes, and he basically says, "You're my Tom Cruise, and I'm your Kirsten Dunst." And
10-year-old Kirsten Dunst.
Yes, 10-year-old Kirsten Dunst. And he's like, "You could see me, is that right?" And Deadpool's like, "That's an image that I will never forget, and I also hope to never speak of again after this."
Yep. But he's late getting home to see Vanessa, and he keeps making excuses for why he's late, and they're more outlandish every time. But
yeah, it's like,
she kind of like jokingly forgives him.
I think the jokes actually change from version to version, but I know in the super duper cut it was the first one was I had to save a bunch of handy capable kids who got stuck in a tree, and she's like, "Nope." And then he changes to something else, and she's like, "Nope." And then he's like, "Diarrhea?" I mean, I can't be too sure until we get the costume off, but
yeah,
all signs point to yes.
Should have worn his brown pants. Yeah, we're pretty clear. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm just burr hunting at the moment. And then, surprise, surprise, all of his mercenary work catches up to him, and there is a violent home invasion in which he's totally capable of like dispatching. He uses a
one of those
like a
blocks
like
that has a bunch of knives in it.
I would call it like a kitchen knife block.
Yeah,
we all know we all have one. We all know what we're talking about.
I definitely have one.
The only one that he does not use from that kit is
The cream cheese spreader.
Yeah, the cream cheese spreader. And then there's one more guy that absolutely does get the world's luckiest shot off as he misses him with the cream cheese spreader. It goes into the door frame.
Yep.
Doesn't actually clear it because the knife's not sharp enough. And wings Vanessa. Right straight through the heart. You're to blame.
You give Love a bad name.
Now he gives Love an okay name. He's pretty okay with Love. But yeah, Vanessa just fridged immediately. One of the like fan favorite characters from the first movie, absolutely dead. And
then we cut to the fake credits opening, which is very.
And he's like, "You're caught up. Let's do the opening of me blowing myself up because I can't bear to live without Vanessa."
And then it does the fake credits opening, which is like a James Bond style opening,
with an original song by Alicia Keys.
And the fake credits are actually different depending on which version you watch, and they are much better in the Super Duper cut. The theatrical one, it's much more of the same from the first movie, where it's like, you know, the real heroes again for the writers and whatnot. But in the Super Duper cut, it's all.
Caused this to happen.
Okay, you must have watched Super Duper cut then.
Okay, yay! I watched the right one. I did it.
Because the Super Duper cut's all like, wait, did that really happen?
Yeah. Hold on, you just killed a fan favorite character. Yeah. You can't do that.
And then when it gets to writers and it says, real heroes my ass.
Yep.
It says cinematographer, somebody who will film literally anything.
Yep.
That's a really good bit.
It's a very good bit. I love this bit. More movies should have fake credits like this. This is great. Directed by the guy. Oh, right. This one I specifically called out. Directed by one of the guys who killed the dog in John Wick. Is technically true. The directors of these movies is the guy who did that John Wick thing.
Such a good bit.
And it also is like, yeah, I'm gonna keep being a jerk like that. I am going to keep doing the most heartless things. So, you know, there's that. And then he blows himself up. Do we get the fact that it doesn't stick yet here? Do we have a flash to him in the afterlife? Spoilers, there will be flashes of him in the afterlife.
So before we get into that, I need to talk about Once Upon a Deadpool and...
Alright, let's go.
And Super Duper Cut.
Let's do
it. So the theatrical version, I think it only shows him blowing himself up. But like... There's
a montage.
Yeah, there's a whole montage of him being depressed. And the Super Duper Cut shows them all, but
my favorite one is the drinking the bleach, dancing across the skyscraper, and then going splat, and then a woman being like, "How is he still alive?"
And how did you walk out of your house wearing that shirt?
Yep, it's great. It's great.
My favorite one is the one where he's at the zoo and the kids see him, and they're like, "Are you a superhero?" Like, "Yes, I am." "What's your name?" "I'm Captain Delicious Pants." And then he walks away, and the little girl's like, "Who's Captain Delicious Pants?" And then he runs and jumps into the polar bear enclosure, and you just hear him getting mauled. Obviously, this is one of the scenes in the Once Upon a Deadpool that replaced some of the more graphic scenes from theatrical release.
It's an off-screen one, yeah.
There is actually one in Once Upon a Deadpool that's not in either of the other versions, oddly enough. He goes to a park that sits on a bench with a couple old people. Oh. And, well, he goes to a bench and sits on it alone. And he's, like, about to pull out a gun to blow himself up in the brains with or something. I don't remember the exact thing because my memory's fuzzy on Once Upon a Deadpool. It's been a couple months since I watched it. But then the old people sit down next to him, and he's just like, "Come on, can't you?"
I'm in the middle of something.
Yeah, it's that kind of bit where he like loses his nerve to do it, but then he just says, and does it anyway. But of course, in Once Upon a Deadpool, it cuts away before he actually does it. You just hear the gunshot.
I would like to be able to see how close to dead this thing is. There we are. Thank you.
But yeah, turns out because of his super regeneration,
Oh, come on!
Deadpool cannot die.
I killed it, but I'm still going to die. That's fine.
Pretty sure if you cut his head off, his head and his body would just grow new stuff.
Well, you see his head explode all on its own.
Right. Yeah. When he blows up, yeah, he's totally dismembered and his head is severed.
Yep.
They never really get into it, but I think technically all of Deadpool's parts should regenerate.
Yes. Oh, you mean like as individual pools?
Yes.
That would be weird having a bunch of different Deadpools running around for no explainable reason.
Yeah, I'm sure that doesn't happen.
I mean, probably not, right?
Nah.
Yeah, it'd be super weird.
Yeah.
Where am I? Why am I here?
Where'd you come from? Where'd you go?
I don't want to be here. It's fine.
But I keep meaning to talk about this. I've been forgetting. There is like a big difference between Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool and other forms of Deadpool. I say others because there's not just the comic. There's also the video game.
Mm-hmm.
But the video game's more closely aligned to the comic than Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool is.
So
Ryan Reynolds is a great Deadpool. Don't get me wrong about this. But he's not quite the same as his source material. He still does the fourth wall breaks. He's still very quirky. He's got a smart mouth. But Deadpool actually hears voices.
yes, he has several different internal narrations. He will have him speaking, him breaking the fourth wall. I think he will also be able to talk to like the comic book text, like the explanatory text. And then there's also a secondary internal monologue version of Deadpool, right?
Yes. And they all have different personalities.
Yeah, yeah. And I kind of like that the way the movies, instead of having that going on, they are much more fluid in like playing with the fourth wall breaking and more fluid in the non-chronological storytelling. I feel like you can do either a chronological story with a bunch of like internal narrators contradicting each other and having an unreliable narrator in that regards, or you can do a non-chronological story with a reliable narrator who is able to direct that chronology at whim. Like it is a choice made in adaptation, and I think it works, but you're right, it is a different flavor.
It's just something I wanted to point out because
Okay. Well, it is also important that, the first two movies are told non-chronologically and have lots of like flashback humor.
Yeah. I played a few minutes of the Deadpool game because I guess it's considered abandonware now, and you can just straight up download it for free on Internet Archive.
Wait, what? The Deadpool, huh? The release 360 Deadpool game?
Yeah.
It doesn't exist anywhere? I can't buy that on Steam today?
Nope. Licensing.
Huh. I've absolutely played that game at a friend's place years ago.
Licensing.
Licensing? Curse you, licensing! Curse it!
Yeah, I wanted to buy it on Steam and couldn't do it.
It's good. Not on GOG either?
Nope. It is not available for purchase anywhere because the license expired and has not been renewed.
Wild.
And it was actually a tie-in with Deadpool 1.
Oh, okay.
I believe it came out in 2013, so it predates it by a year.
Because, yeah, I want to say, like, Cable's in that. Like, the whole point is that it's like a time-traveling game, right?
I don't know. I played, like... I never left Deadpool's apartment because I couldn't find the last thing to do in Deadpool's apartment.
You got stuck by the curse of the walking simulator. Fair enough.
I still don't know what the last thing to do in his apartment is, and it bugs the crap out of me.
Anyways, I think that that we definitely do
get the bit of, like, him in the afterlife now, right?
Yes. So one of the biggest jokes about Deadpool is because of his incredible healing factor. He can't die. He cannot die.
No.
It is... I know in the comics, there's one page that I have seen on Facebook several times pop up in my feed where he is having a conversation with Death, who,
Yeah,
for
well,
whatever reason in Marvel, is a woman.
Yes.
And, like, Thanos has, like, a super crush on her.
And whereas
And
Death
she...
has a crush on Deadpool.
Yes. And it's a really good line of, like, God, I don't want to misquote it because it is a really good line, but it's something to the effect of I'm the promise kept by everyone except for you, Wade.
Yeah, that's really good. I like Death in most fiction anyways. Like, that's an interesting character to work with.
It's also
Death in the
funny
Sandman
how
series,
Thanos
Death
is
in
just a
this world.
simp for Death.
Yeah.
Just major simp.
But teasing out Vanessa in the afterlife as the embodiment of Death is an interesting way to go about that.
Yes.
Where is the nearest one? Well, let's go there. Place a waypoint.
Let me know when you dump off more burr.
I'm doing a quick run for pine cones while I still have a little bit of room in my inventory if they've respawned, and then I'm coming home.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just saying, let me know when you dump it off.
Yep, will do.
Because I am waiting.
But yeah, Vanessa's like,
the floor.
It's not time yet, Wade. Wade's like, what does that mean? Stop being cryptic. And then the timer goes off and he gets zipped back out to the real world because he's resuscitated. And he's a little butthurt about that.
She also says your heart's not in the right place.
That's the second time, I think.
No, that's the first time.
That's the first time heart's not in the right place? Cool.
That's all she says, and he has no clue what she means.
He does have a little bit of a clue. He's like, my heart's not in the right place. What is this cryptic nonsense? And then he's like, I have an idea. I'm going to go to the X Mansion. Because they're the ones with the most heart.
He doesn't go willingly. He gets dragged there by Colossus.
Oh, yeah, he gets... Right, you know what? Fair enough. But he does have a change of heart at the X Mansion where he's like, I'm going to be a goody two-shoes.
Yes. Which you don't actually see in the theatrical release.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's the theatrical release very much makes it seem like he's still a sad sack and there against his will.
So you don't get the bit with him and the refilling the soap, eh?
Nope. Oh, that's such a good bit.
That's a pretty good bit.
Oh, I think that's my favorite bit in the movie.
I'm not going to go into detail on that bit.
There's a lot.
Audience imagination.
No, I'm going to go into detail about it.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
Doesn't look like the pine cones have respawned, so I'm just coming home.
Mama, I'm coming home.
You're not my mother. Oh, no, this pine cone has respawned. Can that thing not? Please, today?
But,
Ow.
yeah, there's a lot of really good bits in the short time that he's at the X Mansion. Why are we calling it the X Mansion? It's Charles Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters.
Yes, and there's a bit where he's like, why do I never see any of the other X-Men around here, as the camera cuts to a different angle and they're all like just off screen behind a door that they close to like, we don't want to be in this movie.
It's Beast, Quicksilver, Storm, Cyclops, and I think there's another that I didn't catch who it was.
Xavier is there.
Which one?
McAvoy Xavier.
Okay. That makes sense. The rest of the cast was the younger cast, except I thought it was old Hank. I'm not sure.
You mean like Big Daddy Hank? No.
It's hard to tell because it's such a quick scene and he's in beast form, so
blink as you miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked to me like it looked to me like the older cast's Beast that never goes into his human form, rather than the one that's like always in human form.
It's what I said, Big Daddy Hank.
Well, I'm clarifying it for people that don't know you like I do.
They shouldn't need clarification. They should be on board with Big Daddy Hank. But you, where am I going? Why am I going this way? Sure. You know what? This is the roundabout way that we've decided to go. So we have confirmed that Charles Xavier and the rest of the school totally exist and are there the entire time. They're just off screen. Don't even worry about it. We then keep randomly cutting away to like this kid.
This was also after a really good bit where Deadpool was first lying on the couch being a super sad sack. This is where we first see Yukio actually. Played by a different actress than in the Wolverine.
She's less mysterious.
She's bubbly.
Foreigner who is like dark and brooding, and more so just like super peppy, bright pink hair.
Yeah.
She's great. Love her. 10 out of 10.
And she's dating Negasonic Teenage Warhead.
Yeah.
Which she interprets Wade's surprise as being homophobic, and he's just like, "No, I'm just shocked somebody would want to date you."
Good bit.
And so Colossus is going over the rules of the school, which the first one is no killing, the second one is label everything in the fridge. I don't remember if there's any other rules, but he looks up to say something to Wade, and he's gone. And then it cuts to Wade riding Charles Xavier's automatic wheelchair throughout the mansion, knocking busts over, commenting on the old white guys in the portraits. Which this is another line that got changed. This is a weird one to me because it was something a little more directly referencing like racist old white guys or something in Once Upon a Deadpool, but for Super Duper Good it was like a bunch of old white guys.
I think they also mentioned that like, why would I want to hang out with you? You're just a bunch of outdated references for social injustice at the time.
I think
that might be in the first movie.
I think they make that reference when they force him on a mission.
Okay, sure, got it.
So after the bit where Beast shuts the door, like really fast bit.
I've dropped off things.
Oh, excellent. It's more Colossus and Deadpool talking in the hallway, where he's like, "I let one of the assholes that killed Vanessa go," and Colossus is like, "Who? We can help you," or something like that. But he's like, "The asshole that got away is me."
Yeah.
And that really changes the mood for Colossus in the scene to a more sympathetic role. And he like gives him a pep talk. And I don't remember how it gets to this part, but they end up like hugging, and Deadpool keeps grabbing his ass.
I mean, just generally, that's kind of what Deadpool does. Deadpool's a little handsy.
Especially with Colossus.
Especially with Colossus.
That should keep me me safe?
No comment.
Safer.
Yeah. And then, God, there's such another good bit in the next scene. Well, not the next scene in the version we watched, but
But I want to say throughout this, we have had a couple of cutaways at this point already to random kid going to the Essex boarding school for troubled youth.
yes, actually, the Super Duper cut has a lot of scenes about this that aren't in the other two versions.
Okay, we also cut to a mysterious cyborgman in the future looking sad and grumpy and gearing up for things. Totally context free. No inclusion of why those scenes are there.
He's in
Little
what
jarring.
looks like a destroyed building, though.
Yes. But then
And
we hear that
he
there's
picks up a teddy
trouble at
bear.
the-
He
trouble
picks
at
up a
the
teddy bear
orphanage.
that's like covered in ash.
Yes.
But yeah, the Essex School for Disturbed Mutants or whatever it's called. They show scenes of like the headmaster taking in this child who doesn't seem to be resisting, and he says a line whispering in his ear, "Blessed are the wicked who are healed by my hand." And another scene, it shows him on a stage in what looks like a cafeteria or something. And
He's just being an absolute creep.
he's strapped to a chair and he gives a speech. It pans over to one girl that's got these marks on her neck, 2 marks.
Yeah.
And you're like, what are these? And like he's giving this speech about how you can be better, learn to not use your powers, stuff like that. And
And there's all throughout this, there are banners of like for the good of humanity or born human, stuff like that.
yeah, overtly like creepy, almost pedo-like vibes, but also like just very, very obviously evil. Like super racist against mutants.
I'm a
And in this scene, the same kid that we saw being admitted to the school is now strapped to a chair, and the headmaster takes what looks like some kind of brand and just starts, I don't know if it's burning or shocking him or something, but he's like jabbing it into the sides of his neck, and it's leaving the same marks that you see on that little girl that it panned across earlier.
yes. Can you not?
And I will say, I think I know why they cut these scenes from the theatrical version, because there's not enough going on in between them to get to the last scene of this cluster of scenes at the Essex School.
No, but it also it should have been cut entirely. I don't know why it was included. It is totally pace killing, context free, and doesn't really help with anything.
Well, it was cut from the theatrical version and Once Upon a Deadpool. It's only in the Super Duper cut.
So for me, like if I was being the script doctor, and even still putting this in the movie, you should edit this. You flash back to the kid at school after Wade out of nowhere. Just we'll get to that. We'll get. To I'll get to my script doctor.
I will say that what they did do when they edited this to cut out all this fluff was they included the scene where the headmaster says, whispers in the kid's ear, "Blessed are the wicked that are healed by my hand," as a flashback scene later. And it's just that, like, 5 seconds.
Just that 5 seconds, eh?
Yeah. Having already seen the other two versions, I did appreciate seeing these scenes after the fact. But yeah, I agree. They did not need to be in the first viewing for sure, because they're pace killing. And there's not enough going on in the cutaways in between them to get from point B to point C.
So what I would do is instead have no introduction to the kid, no introduction to the cable, just have the news alert. The NERS alert is what I wanted to say there. The news alert that there's trouble at the orphanage, and we see this mutant kid starting to have a freak out and just like, I'm gonna burn you. Get the hell out of here.
And
you don't want to die.
And this is exactly how it happens in the theatrical release and Once Upon a Dead.
Nice. Okay. It's also nice to see an accurate portrayal of a 12-year-old getting super dangerous mutant powers and just going like he's having like and pardon my French, but F off if you want F off you want to die?
Yeah.
Like you want to die? F off. Get out of here. Don't be here.
Before we get too deep into that, I did want to say that there's one more scene at the mansion. I think it's actually the scene where they find out about this with the newscast. It changes from version to version. The theatrical release has Deadpool wearing Cerebro, acting like he has psychic powers when he clearly doesn't, and trying to guess what's on Colossus's mind. And he does the thing where, like, he says something, it's wrong, Colossus corrects him, and then he immediately repeats what Colossus says like he knew it all along.
Nice.
And it's a funny bit, but it's
Good
a different bit in both Once Upon a Deadpool and the Super Duper Cut, where instead he looks like a Mormon or a Jehovah's Witnesses going next to door to door, trying to sell whatever they sell, and just being like uncomfortably nice. Of course, this is not the first time we see him doing this. There's a scene in the kitchen where he's actually in the fridge. He sees that they're labeling things with masking tape, and he's like, "This is terrible for this. Velcro is much better, color coded, no problems," or whatever. And then the Super Duper Cut makes it a little bit longer, where it's a lot of Negasonic Teenage Warhead. I'm struggling remembering the name every time I say
Negasonic
it.
Teenage Warhead. How hard is that? It's got Sonic right in the name. It should be easy for you to remember.
And yet you just said Negatonic Teenage Warhead, so...
My incompetence does not mean that my memory failed me there.
But yeah, she's not buying it. And there's another bit where Yukio says, "Hi, Wade," and he replies, "Hi, Yukio." And of course, at the end of the scene, he leaves the room, and she says, "Bye, Wade," and he says, "Bye, Yukio." But while the scene's still going on, Colossus is like sticking up for Deadpool, and I don't remember why he makes a comment about it, but he says something about washing his hands, and there's like no soap. Or no, the soap's not coming out of this.
Just give it a few more pumps. I just refilled it.
Yeah, the soap's not coming out of the dispenser. He's like, "What's wrong with the dispenser? And is it empty or something?" And Wade says, "Just give it a couple pumps. I just refilled it." Just remember that for later. So anyway, yeah, they find out about the kid. He's like freaking out, threatening to kill everybody with his fire powers, which is the first time we see his powers. And the problem with including the other scenes is that it literally goes from the scene where he's like totally submissive, not resisting at all. They're not even showing like any hints of rebelliousness rising up in him. Just like he's resigned to his fate here.
Mm-hmm.
Or like he's genuinely trying to reform according to what the headmaster's trying to do to him. The point is, there's too much distance between this scene and then the very next scene, which is him on the news while they're at the mansion, threatening to burn the place down.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely the correct decision to cut these scenes out. I do appreciate them later, just to give a little more context about the Essex school, because there's really not much given. But
well, it's a super important institution for these movies and their lore, right?
Actually,
they've all been building up to.
Yeah, they've been hinting about this all throughout, but this is really the most we actually see of Essex.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
But so some of the jokes change between versions. I don't remember what they are in the theatrical release, but it starts out with him trying to burn things down. They land their X-Men jet plane, whatever there. They get out and Wade's like, "Don't worry, the X-Men are here." Outdated. Sorry, you said the bit earlier, and I.
Outdated metaphor for social injustice from the 80s.
Right. And he's like, "Don't worry, I'm an X-Man." And then Negasonic Teenage Warrior yells out, "Trainee!" And that's a little bit of a recurring bit. Every time he says he's an X-Man or he used to be an X-Man, somebody, even people who weren't even there and really shouldn't have any reason to do this, will say, "Trainee."
Yes. And
With
he's
the,
wearing a doofy
with the same level of incredulity every time.
Wearing a doofy baseball jersey. Or basketball, you know what I mean. Cheesecloth ones.
The kind of jersey that they put on you in PE to differentiate
Sure.
which team you're on. Like, not a full jersey, it's... You know what I mean.
It's not the full yellow spandex.
It's like tattered rags, basically.
Yeah, cheesecloth, like I said.
And
Wade
then
gets absolutely bounced by this kid through a window.
Well, no. First, he's like super antagonizing him, which gets Negasonic Teenage Warhead and Colossus caught up in the fire and basically out of the way. And Wade takes charge and the whole thing and gets blasted into the window, where we see was it Hugh Jackman on a box of Wheaties or something? Yeah.
Wade also says that was effervescent, and I don't know what effervescent means, and I don't think Wade knows what effervescent means either.
I don't know what effervescent means.
I don't know. Like, I
should have looked it up.
Refreshing.
Let's get up.
I don't know what effervescent means.
Hold that.
I've heard the word.
Hold that thought. Let's see if I can spell it.
But he says it in the cadence of like, "Oh, that was refreshing."
Effervescent. Of a liquid giving off bubbles. Fizzy.
Yeah, why does
Or
he say that after he gets blasted through a window with fire?
or vivacious and enthusiastic.
Well, he's definitely not Vivian from Paper Mario.
Anyway.
Do I not have enough things?
So this is where he says something about being an X-Men, and there's this kid eating cereal in the room who, again, with the incredulity, says, "Trainee."
Do I just not have enough?
And then he jumps out of the window and does the superhero landing, which he complains about how hard that was on his knees.
Yep. Okay, well, no, let's fold up. What do you need right now? What can I go grab you?
Well, I am going to need pine cones to finish that roof.
We'll go and see if pine cones have respawned. I was not able to find some the last time I checked.
If you have nothing else to do...
No, I'm going that way. I'm heading across the yard now.
I'm just saying, if you find a point where you're literally just waiting for the stuff we need to respawn...
Well, no, I'm moving planks in between there, but I've run out of... You know what, if you want... You know what you could do? You could start...
Breaking down all those big pallets into their constituent pine cones, because there's 3 of them in each.
I wish you would let me finish my thought. I was going to say, if you find yourself with literally nothing else to do, it wouldn't be a bad idea to refill our clay chest.
I did do a clay run there last time you asked, but I can do that again.
It is not important, though, so that's like, literally you have nothing else to do.
No, my literally I have nothing else to do is go grab more muscle sprouts, which should have respawned at some point here. But yeah, Wade makes it back down and realizes, like, he's like, okay, instead of fighting this kid, I'm gonna try and talk to him. I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it the good way. And he talks to him, and he realizes that he's being abused by the orphanage staff. So he comes to that conclusion. It's like, you can always tell, and then takes it on himself. The right thing to do is murder the creepy headmaster and his assistant. And so he takes a shot at the assistant, gets him, the headmaster gets away. Me being a script doctor, this is the part where Wade gets, like, knocked out by Colossus being like, Wade, we said no killing! And they put the mutant restraint collar on him and ship him off to the location called the Icebox.
Wait.
Here is where you do cut away to the...
The reason why he started killing was because he saw the marks on his neck.
Yeah, and said that the kid was abused.
Yeah, and he made like a big deal of calling like everybody working there pedos.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point that out because that comes up a lot.
Okay. But yeah, so after that scene, after he does a gratuitous murder in front of this kid that seems completely unjustified and like he was making just a gut call with nothing to base it off.
No, it was totally justified. He's being abused and there was proof of it, and nobody was taking it seriously.
There were marks on his neck. That was all the proof we had if we hadn't seen the scenes beforehand with this kid.
I mean,
what I'm saying is you move those scenes to a flashback point here.
Those marks on his neck are proof enough.
I would still say by the meaning of the screenwriters, that would be ambiguous. Can I get that?
Well,
actually, it's script.
Honestly, it's a combination of the marks on his neck and the way he's acting.
Yeah.
Now, clearly it's not proof enough to land the accusation that all these people are pedos, but I mean, that's what he's going with, I guess.
Place waypoint. There we go. There we go. All right. I'm still on the hunt for more.
What do I have a supreme
pine cones? But I'm not sure we'll be good. Anyways, I'm
not sure.
Knocked out by Colossus, and then also gets a collar strapped to him, which suppresses his mutant powers. Same with the kid, and they're too dangerous. And the XS Corp is shipping him off to the Icebox, an isolated prison for mutant criminals. Right? That's what's happening here?
Yes.
We see them.
I'm sorry.
The kid is like idolizing Deadpool and being like, "You're my new friend. We're gonna escape from here. All we need to do is like follow prison rules, beat up the biggest guy in here."
And he makes a comment about having stolen the guard's pen. I do want to point out the scene I talked about before we started the recap, where in the theatrical release it was just no dialogue, is the scene where they're being led to their cell. For whatever reason,
it's hard to cut out all that dialogue.
Just absolutely no dialogue, but it still shows the whole scene of them walking to their cell. And at the very end of it, when the guard shoves them into the cell, he makes a comment. I forget exactly what it was, but it was meant to be overtly racist towards mutant kind. But I think it got cut from Super Duper Cut and Once Upon a Deadpool and changed to something else because the wording is like actual wording used against black people. So kind of a little, might want to change that one.
As they're being shipped off.
Toting the line a bit much, as it were.
As they're being shipped off, we also get more Cable interludes where we see him use a device to what looks to be go back in time because we have like the Terminator, like him phasing into the background.
One more thing before we get into this. Did you mention that Deadpool right before he goes on his murder spree, rips off Colossus's speech from Deadpool 1 wholesale, word for word.
Oh yes, it takes 4 or 5.
4 or 5 moments. People think you wake up a hero, brush your teeth, hero.
He's trying. That's what he says when he's trying to talk down Russell.
Russell, yes. Word for word, the entire speech, just straight up plagiarizes it.
Yep, it's great. Love it.
It's a good bit.
Absolutely.
Because, like, as far as we know, he still doesn't want to be a hero. The only reason he's doing this is because he has no idea what Vanessa meant by his heart's not in the right place. And this is what he thinks is to get his heart in the right place, is to act more like a hero.
Yep. It's a good bit. But yeah, we cut to Cable coming back in time and to a hilarious scene with guy I always love to see in movies, Alan Tudyk doing his Tucker and Dale hillbilly bit where his other buddy is telling him how toilet paper is a government conspiracy. It's the greatest lie told to our generation, and what you need to do is wash with wet wipes. Don't kill me, please, and thank you.
Okay. I have things to say about this bit. First off, hi Squarish Plum. Welcome to the stream. We are currently doing full spoilers discussion on Deadpool 2.
We'll get to Deadpool 3 in a minute. Just you wait.
While we gather supplies and work on our base.
This is the finale of our grand X-Men movies recap that I guess I'm part of.
But yeah, the two hillbillies talking about toilet paper. First off, this scene was in, I think, both of the other ones, but it was a lot shorter.
Well, and you also, during the whole background of this scene, you see like Cable is like explodes in from out of time and opposite out of town, and
kind of
like slowly is walking forward into frame as Alan Tudyk and other unnamed actors.
Yeah, that part is not in the other versions. That's the extended part, and like you're also not getting the guy that's being talked to about the toilet paper. He's like super disgusted by this conversation.
Yeah, that's Alan Tudyk.
Yeah,
that's who I love. I love him so much. I love him all the time.
I don't know these actors by name. Sorry.
He plays Wash in Firefly. He's also a reoccurring bit voice actor for a bunch of Disney movies right now. He played Duke Wesselton and Duke Weaselton. He's great. 10 out of 10.
I'll take your word for it.
I have quoted lines that he has said for you in this series. Alan. He also plays. Oh, who is he? In some Shakespeare I've seen. Heck. Anyways, but totally derailing.
I just wanted to say about his conversation. Like, the dude's spitting fire. That's all I can say.
Dude's right. Everyone should eat a day.
He's 100% right. Like, he says the line like, "Now toilet paper makes a good appetizer, but then the trick is you gotta get you one of them Huggies wet wipes. And then, after you get everything out, then you go back through with another bit of toilet paper to get the excess moisture."
Yep.
And it's so funny because, like, if you've maybe getting into TMI, but if you've ever worn a thong, you know that this level of sanitation is necessary.
You got to make sure that crack is not crudgely.
It hit me really hard. I laugh so hard every time that scene comes up.
Have you removed all of our...
What'd I do?
All of our pine cones from a box somewhere? You got them in your inventory, I take it?
No, I have not touched them.
Oh, it didn't auto-deposit.
You used the last of them.
Oh, I did I? Are they in nature? No, pine cones, got them. That'd be my problem. Oh, there's 33 more.
Excellent.
While I wait for that to respawn, I'm gonna go check burrs, and if they don't have burrs, then I'm going to instead put my regular armor back on.
Hey, Fid.
Because I hate being squishy.
Oh, it's so nice of Pete to greet our pet aphid.
A little less squishy now.
But yes, they're now Wade and what's his name?
No, not quite. Cable ends up walking up to these hillbillies, asking them what year is it, and they're like, "What kind of question's that?" He just keeps saying, "What year is it?" And they're like, "That is a stupid question." They just don't answer him, and then he gets tired of dealing with them and like tases them or something.
Yep.
And then I think he steals their truck.
Yep.
And then he goes and commits a robbery.
Goes and gets his guns and all geared up to do the Terminator thing, because Cable is just the Terminator as far as I can tell in this movie.
Yep.
He plays both T1 and T2 Terminator, respectively. But we're back in the icebox. Wade and I never remember this kid's name.
Russell.
Thank you. Wade and Russell.
We also didn't mention about how when they first get in their cell, Russell's talking about how he swiped a pen from the guard and stored it in his prison pocket, and that really grosses out Wade.
Yep.
Rightfully so.
Right.
And also, he makes a comment about, "Sorry, kid, the only superpower I've got right now is rampant stage 4 cancer."
Oh, yeah. No, Wade is dying because his mutant powers are being suppressed, because they just have these suppressor fields that they can put on you. That's totally fine. Which, why is Essex trying to reform mutants if they can just, like, the whole point is that the Essex thing that this guy is doing in torturing these mutants is, like, it's a metaphor for pray the gay away, and that's not, if you can just put an anti-mutant field around them, which is different from the anti-mutant cure that they had before in these different movies. It's super weird. I guess the anti-mutant cure
about
is
that,
not this timeline because it's McAvoy.
So it is worth mentioning that all of the X-Men movies are canon to the Deadpool movies. Which is kind of a weird thing to say, because they don't really play well as being canon amongst each other.
Meh.
I mean, they have to be canon, because the fact that Deadpool mentions the timelines in McAvoy or Stewart makes them all canon.
Yep. Again, I just put up a big shrug on this because it's not super important. It's just a weird world building work on this one.
Just a weird quirk.
Yeah. Okay. Burrs are gonna need things with the burrs. And sorry. Hold on. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, I need to go termite. I don't have termite parts enough to do this. What do termites like? Quest. Why? Oh. Today is not the day that I want to be dealing with you. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting derailed. Do you want to take over for prison escape? If you have anything you want to talk about, because spoilers, they do a prison fight and escape.
Let's see. There are a couple of things I want to mention. Before the prison escape, though,
Salty.
there is mention of the toughest guy in the joint, which Russell is obsessed with shanking, being a literal monster. And he kind of shakes the whole place. He's got his
They've got him in like turbo danger lockdown.
Turbo max lockdown. And tells him maybe you should focus on the second strongest guy instead. There's a scene where is it a guy that introduces himself as, I think, Black Tom or something?
Yeah.
And then Wade replies, "Hi, White Wade Wilson." And that guy ends up getting killed later, and becomes a whole joke about
Can we not?
about racism. We'll get into that later. But I just wanted It's
This
it's
is
a
the
very
this is the setup for Black Tom.
yeah, it's a very forgettable character that they make a lot of jokes about later. What else is there? I think the only other thing to note here is that Wade is just like super resigned and like keeps insisting that he's not Russell's friend. He's no help to him, and he needs to make friends that are not him.
Yeah, like, I'm not a hero. I'm not a good guy. I didn't do this to save you. I was just doing it because I'm a sad sack about my girlfriend. That sort of thing.
I mean,
Nothing I can. Ow!
and he also says this doesn't end with us riding off into sunset. It dies with me dying horribly from cancer.
Yes.
Like, very much a repeat of how much of a sad sack he was in Deadpool 1 when he first found out he had cancer.
And a repeat of sad sack for when his girlfriend died. Deadpool is kind of just constantly a sad sack, is what we're getting at. His sack is always QQ. Okay. But Cable ends up breaking into this prison. He got here off screen. He's here to kill Wade for some reason, is what Wade assumes.
I am going to need a metric ton of wheat stems.
Weed stems. I
So-
am on a detour for weed stems at the moment.
Because I am building palisades around our entire village.
Well, go and check, because I probably sent a whole bunch of weed stems back to the base since my last chop down, so you might be able to go grab those.
So each one of these walls takes 8 wheat stems.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
I've been collecting.
I am just letting you know the sheer volume of wheat stems I'm going to need.
We can make sure that it's done.
Welcome back,
Oh,
Ashton.
hang on. I'm having a time with termites, but it's fine.
The worst part about these wheat stems, or these palisade gates being so wheat stem heavy, is that I need to make it at least 2 stories high, maybe 3.
Gross.
Yeah. I am at least going to place an emphasis on the front wall, since that's where the bugs are mostly going to come from.
Can we not with the buzzing, guys, please? I would like to not have to worry about you today. There we go. Okay. You need to come here. We're gonna get a couple of these, and we'll call it a day.
Okay, so prison break.
Yep, Cable gets in there, starts trying to kill Wade, but turns out actually is going for Russell this entire time. Wade corners Cable and is like, "Look,
I
man,
got
don't
3
even know
questions.
this kid. I'm just gonna stop you."
He also has a bit which says, I got 3 questions. But in one of the versions, I think it's Once Upon a Deadpool, it's only 1 question. And the first question is always, is dubstep still a thing?
Is dubstep still a thing in the future? Because yeah, when he says he's from the future or whatever. Dang it, I don't.
So the other 2 questions change between the Super Duper Cut and the theatrical version. Unfortunately, I don't remember what they were in the theatrical version. But in the Super Duper Cut, one of them is, does Dopender ever
End up with whatever the love of his life is named.
Yeah, I can't remember her name.
Totally forgettable.
And I don't remember what the other question was, if you remember it.
Nope, couldn't tell you. Didn't take notes for that.
Oh well. It was a good bit, but honestly the question about dubstep's really the only one. going to matter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say it's important.
Because every time they're fighting Cable, it plays Bangarang by Skrillex. So
Yeah,
I don't think dubstep was a thing when this movie came out, if I'm being honest. I think dubstep, the final nail in its coffin, was like when it was being overplayed as part of the marketing in Borderlands 2.
Yeah, I don't think it played dubstep music in the theatrical release.
Definitely plays Bangarang in the version that I just watched.
It does. But I do know that the music gets changed in almost every scene. For each version.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Huh. That's an attention to detail I was not expecting. Can we get down here? Yes, we can. Oh. And I would like to... Yeah, alright. I'm in termite land. But Russell overhears Wade basically saying that he does not care about the kid at all, whatever. He's not going to save him. He's not a hero. He's not the good guy. And this kind of breaks Russell's spirit. But at the end of the day, or at the end of the fight, Wade does manage to, like, snag the pin from a grenade that was on Cable's belt, pulls it out and goes, "What does this one do?" And blow both of them out of the prison.
And this is where he says his line from the first movie again, "Rock, meet bottom," as he's
meet bottom.
Tumbling down the mountain, smashes his head on a rock, and goes plummeting into a frozen lake, where he once again winds up at death's door.
Does Vanessa have anything interesting to say this time around? Or just still not time?
I think she gives him a hint this time, now that he has thoroughly ruined his relationship with Russell. She quotes something they said before she died, when they were talking about building a family. We totally glossed over this. Like, her anniversary gift to him was her IUD.
The removal of her IUD, yeah.
And they totally talked about making a family, and he was like, oh, we're totally going to name our kid one name, like Cher or Todd.
They also, his anniversary gift to her, we should mention, is
the coin from the skee ball.
Skee ball coin, yeah, arcade coin.
I believe it was...
he keeps on him at all times, that Cable takes off of him during this fight.
Yeah, I believe it was a leftover coin from their first date.
Yep. An arcade token, if you will.
Yeah. Okay, we're completely out of weed stems. Completely out of weed stems. So I'm going to go check and see if there's any sitting at the zip line.
There should be a bunch, but I'm mid-termiting at the moment, which is taking me a minute. Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, so, before she died, they're making plans about building a family. I can't remember the line word for word.
That's why this is a family movie.
Yeah. I can't remember the line word
for... chance to be better than ourselves.
Yes, that was it. She says that line. And that's when it snaps into place. What he's got to do, why his heart's not in the right place. And he decides, I've got to help this kid. And of course, he's totally oblivious of why Cable is trying to kill him. But that doesn't really matter. I don't see any weed stems over here. But I am going to put
they might have despawned.
I am going to put the pallets over there. But then, of course, Deadpool can't die. So, back to the world of the living he goes. But now with a newfound zest for life. And he goes and meets...
Zest is definitely a way to put it.
Yeah, and he goes back to meet up with TJ to talk about forming a team to rescue the kid. Because they're on a convoy to be
Probably what
transferred to like maximum security somewhere else.
Nope, they're actually going back to the Essex house, aren't they?
No.
Oh, okay.
They're
Moved from the icebox to somewhere else.
yeah, because of the breach in the icebox, they're being moved to someplace that's like 10 times more secure.
They're going to form a superhero team.
So we have a little montage where they're interviewing potential members of the team.
All of the members of this team are kind of dorks, doofuses, grunts, if you will. They're not the A-list stars. I think it's like one guy is like, I'm an alien and I'm slightly better than everything on Earth.
I'm slightly better at everything than you. And Deadpool responds, just once I wish I could find a planet full of people that are slightly worse than me at everything.
And then
there's another one that's like
it's acid, toxic acid.
oh, no, what was his name? It was because I remember the response to his name was, so your superpower is like you have your finger on the pulse of society.
Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist, that was it, yeah. But his power is he spits acid. He's like, want me to prove it? They're like, no.
Not just acid, toxic acid.
Right. Well,
It's important that it's toxic acid.
Is it?
And it's played by a Skarsgård. Why do they keep putting Skarsgårds in our movies?
the first one they interview is Bedlam, played by Terry Crews.
Yeah, it is Terry Crews. He's the power of electricity.
Yeah, and he can cause anxiety and confusion by manipulating electricity in your brain.
Yes.
And my favorite one is the Vanisher, who they're like really talking up and really impressed with, and then Wade's like, he's not here, is he? And TJ's like, he might be running a little late.
Yeah.
Good
He's
bit.
he's played by the Invisible Man.
Good bit.
Is the bit.
He is actually played by Brad Pitt, I believe.
Yes, that is correct. But you never get to see him, so it's fine.
You do.
You see exactly one flash of him.
Mm-hmm.
He burns bright for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also get
He was killing the budget.
Yeah, no kidding. I think it was just like as a favor. Like it just called up wanted to be like, yeah, I'll be in your movie for 5 seconds. It's fine, whatever.
We also have Peter, who they see a picture of a really handsome man in a suit. And
I mean, that actor is very handsome. I'm just gonna put that out there. Like,
in comes in a guy like, just looks like Ned Flanders, honestly.
Middle-aged. He's got a mustache like my dad, if I'm being perfectly honest.
He looks like Flanders.
Yes, my dad looks like Ned Flanders.
Minus the glasses. Peter is basically just Flanders. Like, good dude. Sexy bod. Just kind of looks like a middle-aged man with a good mustache.
He's also got diabetes A and B.
Yeah, type 1 and type 2. Yeah, and he doesn't have any other powers.
Nope. Just a guy.
But they do say, let us know if you discover a type 3.
Yeah. Be medically curious. I'm going to be sending more weed stems over in a bit. If you want to wait a second.
Oh, right. I forgot I was moving those over. And yeah, the last one is Domino, whose power is luck. And
luck is not a power, it is a skill.
And she manages to luck her way into the job. Even though they totally trash on her power.
She doesn't even know why she's there. She's just like, yeah, it'll work out. It always does for me.
This is the best way to portray a luck character. It's kind of the same way that Nagito was portrayed in Danganronpa 2.
Let's not get into our Danganronpa talk. That's totally different. Don't you mean pew 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 pew?
Poo 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 poo.
I hate this.
It's poo hoo 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 hoo.
I hate this so much. I'm the one who's about to go. Poop. Anyways. They assemble the X-Force.
Well, just make sure you use the Huggies Natural Care Wipe.
Always. Are you kidding me? One of these days I will install a bidet. It needs to be done.
Dude, same. Like I've been looking at them.
Yeah. I have the exact model picked out. Hi, welcome to Middle Age, where you pick out and wish list a bidet for yourself, and this is like years long agonizing over.
I have done the same.
Where were we? They assemble the X-Force. They're going to fly in over the convoy, as that's the cover that they're going to use. Unfortunately, there is a wind warning in effect.
Which they don't know about, because TJ was actually kidnapped by Cable, unbeknownst to them somehow. But he does tell Cable.
I have to warn you. Oh yeah, Cable's like, I'm going to torture you. I'll do things. Do you know the limit of a man's pain? When you're 5, the worst thing that's ever happened to you is a bee sting. When you're 20, it might be like shrapnel. When you're 60, it's like cancer or whatever. It's like, okay, buddy, I have a list and we're gonna work down it one by one. And she's like, no, dude, no, I'm just gonna tell you whatever you want. No torture. It's fine. Let's go. Because that's how
he says, I'll tell you anything you want, except where they've gone. And then he like moves a muscle or something. And he's like, and he tells them exactly where they went.
Yeah.
Then he's like, but stay away from Deadpool, because he's formed a team and together they're unstoppable.
I have to warn you, there is a wind warning in effect. Can we not today? There we go.
I'm doing a lot of running back and forth because I don't have a whole lot to actually do right now.
Well, I'm giving you weed stems back at the place. But yeah, the team starts their landing. It plays Thunderstruck by AC/DC. I want to say it's
Yep.
Thunderstruck.
It is Thunderstruck.
And one by one, they all end up having terrible misfortune befall them. Do you want to run down the list?
So Bedlam crashes into the front of a bus. God, what was the alien's name? The douchey alien?
I have no idea. He gets caught up into
he gets rotored.
Yep.
I
don't know anything about helicopters, so I have to defer to the expert in the room.
He gets juiced. Gotta be.
You were just saying that you didn't have anything to do.
Termites. Where are they coming from? Oh, they're not attacking here. They're attacking where you are.
They're going to attack your murder tower.
Don't look down. Don't look down. Hope this is enough to keep me safe.
Maybe? I'm waiting around at the murder tower.
I'm coming. I don't know if they can reach it, but just in case, I am coming. Oh, jeez, you threw stuff down.
I'm sorry.
Would have been good if you'd warned me that
coming
sooner.
down before. Like, again, I was in the middle of moving things when they started to attack.
Well, I guess you're on your own.
It's fine. It's fine. They're not... I can't even see them. I'm just waiting here. They might be payback delivered. I'm not sure. Yeah, they're just leaving. I didn't kill anything. Or I haven't found the need to kill anything. Well, I'm gonna just keep sending stuff down then. They're trapped somewhere. So there was bus, there was rotors. One guy gets caught into a wood chipper.
That would be Zeitgeist. Peter safely lands.
Yeah, Baby Bear's totally fine.
Sugar Bear.
Sugar Bear, thank you. And
And he goes to help Zeitgeist.
Who then pukes on his arm. The acid melts his arm off, and of course, because it's toxic, he just dies on the spot. And Inviso Lad turns out to be Brad Pitt as he gets blown into the power lines, gets electrocuted, loses the invisibility for a short second, and then falls to the ground, burnt to a crisp. Domino totally fine. Lands.
Actually, he remains stuck in the power line.
You definitely see his charred corpse fall to the ground at one point.
Yes, after the scene, as Deadpool is walking away.
Yep. Domino totally fine this entire time.
Yep. She's like, I've landed at the spot. Where's everybody?
Landed on the convoy itself, in fact.
Yeah. And of course, you know, the whole time she's talking about all this, Deadpool is talking crap about luck, saying it's not cinematic. What are you doing, shooting luck lasers out of your eyes? It's just like this big cinematic scene of how
Of her just like dodging things and stuff.
Well, no, she's not even really dodging things. It's just everything is like perfectly falling into place around her.
As she's walking around downtown, the entirety of Home Alone's traps are going off around her just by happenstance. Very
Pretty much
Goldbergian. But anyways, it's Deadpool and Domino. They're determined to go and continue on with the mission. They are going to get onto this convoy.
Well, she gets onto the convoy. The guy that was driving like pulls a gun on her and has no bullets, luckily.
We should have mentioned that at some point here, Russell was able to sneak away and kind of befriend the giant monster that is in the prison by bringing him some extra food. And so they're like somewhat of an alliance. Because of Wade's suggestion that how about instead of fighting the biggest guy in here, you try and befriend him. Inadvertently setting this kid up for success.
Yes. So anyway, Domino's driving the convoy, sticking to the plan. Deadpool's trying to catch up. Cable starts closing in, and it's kind of a battle of his like super soldier cyborg futuristic, you know, just super skilled guy versus sheer luck.
Yeah, and Cable does not have superpowers. All he has is future tech.
I mean, he does have a Winter Soldier arm.
He does have a Winter Soldier arm. But again, that's just future tech. The Winter Soldier has a little bit of, like, Captain America's super soldier serum in him, though. That's the whole point, right?
Yes.
Right? They were trying to make super soldier nonsense. You should have more Twiggies, by the way. They're coming back.
Okay.
Surprisingly not terrible.
Yeah, that's gone through.
The only thing I really have to say about the scene, there's like a chase scene. Cable makes like a cinematic, like super badass looking jump to the convoy. Deadpool's like, two can do that. He drives a little moped up to it, which gets hit by a taxi in oncoming traffic. And he like does a flip, tries to do the same cinematic move, misses. Instead jumps on, I think it's a cop's car or something. And the guy like tries to shoot him. He grabs the gun, it shoots through his hand. He turns the gun around, the guy shoots himself.
Oh man, I loved this. I absolutely loved the cool bit of shooting, like holding your hand up to the gun to stop the bullet. One, that wouldn't work. Two, then pushing your hand with a hole in it through the gun, turning that around with the force of your hand being through it, and then like pushing your hand towards yourself to get the guy whose hand is caught in it, cocked, and it's super neat. It's super, super neat.
And then he takes one of his katanas and stabs through the hood of the car into the guy's foot to, you know, pedal to the metal.
Yep.
And is steering while looking between his legs upside down.
Yep.
And
Super rad, super neat.
he does eventually catch up to the convoy, and this scene where he makes his entrance onto the convoy is different in all three versions. In the theatrical version, he does something similar to what he does in X-Men Origins Wolverine, where he just slices up all the bullets that Cable shoots at him.
Mm-hmm.
And he says a witty line. In Once Upon a Deadpool, I believe he does the same thing and makes another witty line.
I want to stop you there. He does not slice all of the bullets that
he
does the spinning.
Hold on. He does in the theatrical release.
Ah, okay.
He does in Once Upon a Deadpool. He does not in the Super Duper cut.
The Super Duper cut, he gets one or two of them, and then he just starts getting riddled.
I mean, it looks like he's slicing them all up. Like, he does the super spinny blade thing, but then afterwards you see he's full of bullet holes, and he makes a line. I think the line this time is, "Whew, that was a lot of bullets."
Yeah.
I just think the difference between versions there was kind of funny.
It's a good one. It's a good bit. It's a good bit. Good. I'm running through stuff here.
So anyway, they're fighting on the...
And eventually they...
Yeah, they're fighting on the convoy. Cable had already, like, detached a bunch of the mutants to use as things to, like, throw in Deadpool's way. So a lot of them are already not there. But while this is all going on and they're fighting each other, Russell's actually breaking out of his cell. And he succeeds, and he goes in front of the monster's door, to which he says, "Knock, knock."
Because that was their...
That was a little code.
The... No.
Yeah. He started with a bird coo, and he's like, "Oh, no, that's stupid." But yeah, he lets him out, and turns out it's the Juggernaut, bitch.
I should have worn my white pants.
He kind of stops the fighting by punching the ground, which...
Fun fact, do you know who plays the Juggernaut?
No.
They had an unknown actor fill in to just be like a temp placement for the Juggernaut, but because he's doing like this weird accent sort of thing going on, like it's weird. But they didn't end up actually hiring a different actor. They liked the temp actor, so they went with this Canadian guy, Ryan Reynolds.
What?
Yeah, Deadpool. Ryan Reynolds is the voice of the Juggernaut.
Like, he's just a voice, right? They got someone else to actually do the...
Oh, no, I mean, the Juggernaut's CGI.
Okay.
The whole thing. But Ryan Reynolds is the guy doing the voice for the Juggernaut, which was just a temp thing while filming. It was not the original plan.
I didn't know that, because I never would have guessed.
Yep.
Just by listening to it.
Hi, I know some things about the movie behind the scenes. It's me. I'm helping.
Kermit.
At least.
It was a little Kermity.
Everything you do
Just my
is
default,
Kermity.
like, my default other voice. Fighting termites in the dark.
You're a very Kermity fellow.
I am. I got a frog in my throat. What can I say? Deadpool gets ripped in half by the Juggernaut. Do we have anything else to say about that? Or is it just Juggernaut fight? Oh my goodness, I should have worn my white pants.
He says, "I'm going to rip you in half now."
That is such a Juggernaut thing to say, Blark!
Yeah, Deadpool was fangirling over it.
And Russell
And then Russell walks up and he's like, "Don't you say it! Don't you say it! Don't you dare say legs!" And he says, "Legs!" And then he does like a weird mime rope thing to exit the screen.
Yeah.
That just antagonizes Deadpool even more. He's like, "That's not even a real rope." And then he tells Domino
they
to
have
pick
to.
up his upper half and wear him like a backpack and take him to Blind House.
Yep. So we totally missed the scene at Blind Owl's. The first scene.
Can we talk about it?
You feel free to, because dang it, at one point when he was so down and in the dumps, he went to Blind Owl's scene, snuck in, completely silent, lifted up the rug, pulled open a secret compartment that was there, and inside was the exact amount of kilos of cocaine and a bag labeled "Cure for Blindness."
It's a good bit.
Shoves it inside of his mask, punches himself in the face, and then says that he's gonna go. That's when we get the I'm gonna do something reckless and stupid, and that's when we get the murder montage.
Wasn't that the suicide montage?
Sorry, suicide montage. Murder montage was the first movie. Anyways, now we go back to Blind Owls for the second time. Totally missed that.
Mm-hmm.
Non-chronological is on purpose.
Totally planned out.
Totally. But Domino and him are back. They are he is regrowing his baby legs. It is absolutely hilarious every time they cut back to him, and his legs are doing like little kicks and like.
He's not wearing pants.
No, he's definitely not wearing pants.
As he puts it, fully cocked out Winnie the Poohing it.
Winnie the Poohing it is definitely. I would have also gone with Donald Ducking it. That is the term that I am more familiar with.
So people one by
no
one
comment
start.
on whether or not I am Donald Ducking it right now.
People one by one start barging into Blind Owl's apartment to talk to Deadpool, and each one is equally disgusted at the sight of Deadpool with no pants and baby legs.
Little baby legs.
And his baby member.
Yep.
The first one is TJ, who comes to tell him that he feels bad about telling Cable everything and is there to help fight, which quickly he backs out of because he's a coward. And then Dopender shows up, disgusted. I don't remember if he even gets out what he was trying to say. The Domino shows up and Deadpool preemptively guesses that her disgust is the same as the others, and she's like, no, this is the first time I've seen you without your mask.
Right.
And then Cable busts in while Deadpool's talking crap about him, and he's like, and he's standing right behind you, isn't he?
Yeah. Which he would have been able to see this entire time.
Yeah.
And so the standing right behind me bit is what you'd expect to have. Anyways, then we get the Cable sad backstory and why he's here to actually hunt down Russell. And the reason is because Russell turns out to be the bad guy from Looper, who's the kid who turns into a full megalomaniacal... Why did that drop? Why did all of these drop down? Super weird. Megalomaniacal murder rampage, killed Cable's family.
Yep.
And Cable has been on a revenge mission ever since. That's why he's from the future. He only has enough juice to go back, but the farther back he goes, the harder it is for him to control it. So that's why he didn't go back and kill Russell when he was a kid, or when he was like a baby or whatever, or why he didn't go back to kill baby Hitler.
I think the idea is that he was too powerful in his own time.
Yep.
And
we do also see a scene of him actually killing the family, and he says the line that the headmaster said. Blessed are the wicked.
cleansed by my hand, that
Cleansed
sort
by
of
my
thing.
hand.
I need to adjust my notes now. Yep, the little baby legs.
Hey, yeah, he's asking to team up.
And we also need to make mention that while Cable is doing this bit, Deadpool does the basic instinct shot.
Yep.
He does that, and it's you see
And
it all.
Cable says, what is that? What is he doing? And TJ says, that's his basic instinct.
Now, they didn't need to say that's his basic instinct. Like, we would have got the joke without it. It's fine.
Anyway, he tries to team up, and, Deadpool's had his epiphany. He's like, give me a chance to save the kid. And Cable's like, no. And he's like, come on. And he's like, 30 seconds. It's like, 30 seconds? Give me more than that. Kid was like, no. And then he slowly walks up, and TJ's making a big deal about him walking with his little toddler legs, which just makes for a weird scene, not really a funny one. Like uncomfortably weird.
Yep.
And then they shake on it. And then they get in a cab, drive over to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. He's got, I think it's Wham on his phone as a boombox, trying to get Colossus's attention. He tries to ignore him. But eventually comes out to hear what he says, and he refuses. So Deadpool, like, basically, like, yeah, I'm not going to give up on him, so you can sit here and sulk or whatever. He gives a good speech, and Domino's like, you're doing great. And then they get back in the cab and start driving towards the school.
Yep.
And I want to point out that they have been making jokes about Cable being racist the whole time. I told you Black Tom was very forgettable. When they were on the convoy, he ends up killing Black Tom, and that's when Wade first calls him racist. And
oh my goodness, you have just built the largest thing.
did I?
It's very large.
What did I build?
Oh, I'm just looking at this thing that you've built. This giant palisade nonsense.
Oh, that's just a wall. And I'm making the bugs pay for it.
Ugh. These are 8 each?
Yeah. And I've got to go at least 2, possibly 3 stories high.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna need more touching grass, or we're gonna need to at least do this off camera.
Yeah, I don't expect this to happen before we finish with the stream. Anyway, so yeah, they're in the car. Cable tells them to turn off the music because it's like some Indian music being played. Another note, this song is different in every single version, as is what Deadpool is saying as it's panning into the scene.
What I got was "Fly Like an Eagle," which feels completely out of place for this scene and doesn't fit any of the action that is being presented on screen.
Yeah, it is "Fly Like an Eagle" in
Not bad.
in the Super Duper cut. It is like some rap song in the theatrical release, and it's like some dubstep, I think, in Once Upon a Deadpool.
Okay.
But that's when they get to the school. When they're in the car still, there's a different line in each version as it's panning in. One of them, Deadpool's talking about pegging. One of them, I don't remember what the others. I don't remember what he said.
That's the first 13 steps to a prostate
Yes.
assisted, and then they get cut off.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about in the Super Duper cut, and I forget what it was in Once Upon a Deadpool.
Nice and clean.
The amount of weed stems that you need right now is frankly disgusting.
But we need it to protect our buildings from wasps and mosquitoes.
Yes, we do.
It is also why I'm focusing on the front.
It's still frankly disgusting.
See, I originally thought you were talking about the museum that I started building.
Yeah, I saw that too, and it's also gigantic. I don't know what the heck I'm supposed to do with that.
I mean, I stopped building because I have a hole on the first floor exactly where I need to put stairs. I need burrs.
I just deposited a bunch of burrs.
Okay.
Should have, anyways.
As we get,
Do you have much to say about the Russell fight scene in and around the Juggernaut smashing and surprise Colossus showing up?
Not until Colossus shows up. Because after Colossus shows up, he starts fighting Juggernaut, and Deadpool and Cable run off. They run into a group of the school staff who are shooting at them, and they kill them. And
I would like to point out that first Wade is fighting Juggernaut and gets a piece of rebar stuck through his head. That's when we get the Cable showing up, or the Colossus showing up to help out.
yeah, and it's a very homoerotic scene that is
It is
greatly shortened. It is greatly shortened in the other two versions.
There's lots of hand gesturing going on.
A
And they
lot.
don't do the bit where we have Cartoonovision, which I would have loved to see a return of. I think that is a really neat thing of like, oh, the bit is Deadpool gets brain damage and sees cartoons. And they could have done that to emphasize like his change in feelings towards Colossus, because actually they're not really a change in feelings. It's just he's always been handsy with Colossus.
I think he does actually have a change in feelings. There's
Well,
definitely
more
a
intense
change
feeling.
from the first time we see them together. He's very, I want nothing to do with you. But he definitely appreciates their friendship much more
Sure, we'll go with that.
between the beginning of Deadpool 1 and the end of Deadpool 2.
Yes. But yeah, now we can continue on with the fight.
Yeah, so they go kill a bunch of the staff, and Deadpool makes a comment about, that's what best buddies do. They kill pedophiles together.
Yeah.
And then they go after Russell and the headmaster.
Or they go after Russell, who Russell is going after the headmaster.
Right. We do need Lint, although I have doubts that it's respawned.
I also have doubts that it respawned.
So the only thing I really want to say about the fight at this point is that Colossus and Juggernaut are fighting. They're pretty equally matched, and then Negasonic, Teenage Warhead, and Yukio show up in the X-Men jet. And they do like a triple attack on him, basically, where it starts with Yukio like electrifying a chain that she lassos around Juggernaut's feet.
Sure.
And
Checks
then Negasonic Teenage Warhead explodes herself into Colossus to let him deliver a super powerful punch, but not before Colossus jams a exposed electrical wire up Juggernaut's ass, which is exposed now for some reason. And he lands into the fountain and gets electrocuted.
Yep. Yep, that all actually did happen. I sat there and watched it. It totally occurred.
The only thing that's different in Once Upon a Deadpool is they don't show Juggernaut's ass.
Really? That's the only difference?
Yep.
Huh.
Fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. The butt was out in the first one when they were spelling Francis, so that's weird.
Well, the first one's rated R.
Anyways, you'll have to remind me if
Wade does get his 30 seconds and then fails. I'm pretty sure that's how that goes down, right? Oh, right. All throughout this whole fight scene,
Yes.
there is a orchestral, an original orchestral arrangement that is saying, and again, pardon the language, that is singing, "Oh, holy shit balls!
It does also say Juggernaut somewhere in there. Like, it's the Juggernaut.
It's the Juggernaut!"
Yeah. They also play this
is
again in the
like that.
credits.
Yep.
It's very much in, like, the cadence of a march.
Well, they're doing like the O Fortuna. They're doing the Star Wars like Battle of Great Forces or whatever it's called, and
It's a great
It's a
track,
trope.
and it makes me laugh.
I forgot that was even a track in this, and now I need to go and find it and like keep that in my back pocket for things. It's a good bit.
It's a good bit.
Where's the entrance to the pond lab?
So yeah, that
Where's
takes.
the entrance to
Sure.
not getting Trudy?
Also, one thing we didn't mention is as Russell and Juggernaut first arrive on the scene here, Juggernaut says something like, "F and shit up is my middle name, or my legal middle name." I don't know. It was kind of absurd, and that's what made it funny.
Yep.
So yeah, not much to say about the pursuit of Russell, but we have a moment where Deadpool, his time's up, Cable's about to shoot him, and Deadpool's like, "Wait!" He starts talking to Russell, and he approaches him. Russell's not having it, but he does seem to break through to him, at least enough to, like, give him a hug. But then Russell's like, "I can't trust you. You abandoned me." And, like, blasts him away. He's all
Totally
charred
true.
up. And Cable, he's like, "That's it. We're done." He tries to shoot him. And then we got a slow-mo scene where Deadpool jumps out in front of the bullet. And you see it go through him and out the other side. And fall to the ground.
As he puts on one of those collars, too.
Yeah, he had already put on the collar for the scene after he got blasted away, and
So that his mutant regeneration will not work this time, and the death will stick for sure.
he wasn't intending to be killed by Cable. I think he was just trying to make himself vulnerable for Russell
Yeah,
as like a gesture of goodwill.
but that's also the side effect here.
Right.
Aha. And then we actually see him in the afterlife, and he gets his happily ever after with Vanessa.
Yeah,
and she still says that it's not time.
Well, we see him finally cross through the barrier that he's been picking at every time he goes
Yeah, I
there
guess
and
so.
can't get through. And when he does, he looks like Ryan Reynolds again. He's not all deformed and stuff. So like he's actually dead this time. But this
Is
is
it weird that
actually-
I picture Ryan Reynolds as looking like scarred Deadpool more so than I look like handsome Ryan Reynolds?
I do want to say though the afterlife scene doesn't come until after a lengthy dying speech, which like that's the point. Like it's
It
making
takes forever for him to die. He's being overly dramatic. Yeah.
yeah, it's making fun of like long "I'm dying" monologues, and it's funny. Like he starts going through like each of his companions and what they mean to him. But then, like after like 2 or 3 fake deaths, he starts going into like nonsense, and he's like, he starts the "Papa, can you hear me?" Doesn't that sound like "Do you want to build a snowman" from Frozen?
So
just-
they make a lot of Disney references throughout this one. They're talking about Star Wars. They're talking about Frozen. They were talking about Hawkeye earlier. Right, when he has cancer, he's like,
Give me a bow and I'm just Hawkeye.
Yeah. And I'm like, did they put the merger through at this point, or was that
So
in the works?
I-
They're getting away with a lot of Disney stuff.
it was definitely in the works when they started working on it, but I think when it actually went to theaters, the deal was finalized, but it was still during that waiting period where Disney was not allowed to actually do anything with the properties while it was being transferred.
Fair enough. Just wondering.
So I think it was Fox having a little bit of fun. Or really probably more correct to say Ryan Reynolds having a little bit of fun.
Well, the writers and Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds is a writer on some of these, I want to say. Or credited as a writer.
I mean, he's the producer.
Yes, but he's also credited as a writer on some.
I feel like the Disney references had to be Ryan Reynolds, though.
Maybe.
Maybe not the specifics of them. He's probably like, we need to make a Disney reference here.
Maybe. It is still super weird, though, how, like, while this kid is, like, a nuclear-level threat that is going to, in the future, become a mass murdering psycho. We have confirmed that this is the McAvoy verse, and we have seen that he's still around and kicking in this movie, and they're not doing anything to stop this event. You figure this would be setting off McAvoy like crazy.
You know, more reason why I think it was Big Daddy Hank instead of Young Hank. Because Colossus shouldn't be as old as he is if it's the McAvoy.
Correct. But it is definitely McAvoy there.
Well, I mean, you had Quicksilver there, who was only in the McAvoy films.
Right.
I think it was Halle Berry for Storm, though.
Maybe? Question mark? Couldn't tell you.
And it was definitely Donut Lord for Cyclops.
But yeah, seeing this heroic self-sacrifice does actually change
Yeah, the
Russell's
bear.
mind.
The
Or
bear.
No, it changes Cable's mind, doesn't it?
No, it changes Russell's mind, and then we see the bear change from being like charred and covered in ash and soot to being just a normal bear, proving that timelines changed. And you know, Deadpool's dead. Cable, instead of going back to his own time, goes back to when they first exit the taxi cab on the scene, and he shoves the skee-ball token in Ryan Reynolds. Deadpool.
They're the same person. It's fine.
He shoves the skee-ball token into Deadpool's
You
outfit.
mean Wade.
Yes, that's what I was going for. Thank you. I got confuzzled.
It's fine. We've been at this for a minute, and we have an entire movie left to do this time, which I might actually have to push till next time. I don't know if we're getting through 3, bud.
You do have a pretty busy weekend.
Yeah.
I thought we could get through 3, but it turns out I'm way more passionate about Deadpool than I originally thought.
And me too. Like, I'm sitting here, we're going like into detail on all of these.
Probably what bottle.
You know what the best part is, though? Is that I will be able to sit down and watch 3 then, and we'll have one entire thing dedicated to it.
As it should be.
As it should be.
But yeah, he goes.
Cable goes back in time and makes the sacrifice. He's like, I'm not gonna go see my family. Instead, like,
Yeah,
I know
so
they're safe. I've done my duty.
After he puts the coin in Deadpool's costume, it fast forward to the sacrifice where Deadpool jumps into the bullet, which hits the coin.
The
You know,
solid lead coin.
he makes the same comment about, I hope they got that in slow-mo. And then he pulls out the coin and he's like, solid lead. But Russell still moved, so the future still changed, and Deadpool gets to live. And he's like, you did that for me. And Cable's like, no, I didn't. And he insists he did it for him. And Cable's like, insisting he didn't. And then Deadpool's like, come on, bring it in, buddy. Let's go. Tip to tip.
Yep.
And
They do the full docking.
He forces a hug, and he's like, this is what the kids call docking.
Oh, I didn't know if they made that joke or not. Ah, okay, fine.
And then he's like, is there a knife in my crotch?
Yeah.
And Cable says, yes, there's a knife in your crotch. Which forces him out of the hug. And I think this is basically where we end the movie. And no, there's one point where I think while he's dying, he says to Colossus, come on, just say the F word for me.
Just once.
Just once. And he says
Break
it.
the rules.
And then Deadpool chuckles and he says, I'll see you in hell.
Ah.
But yeah, at this point, the movie's like kind of over. They're walking away. And Wade is monologuing about, see, this was a family film. And I have got to pull up the quote here.
It's Good quote.
Yeah. 2 ending monologue.
Oh, you didn't have the quote prepared. Okay, fair enough.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
No worries. I thought you were pulling up like your note thing. You do. You get the thing. I'll vamp for time by stabbing all of this clay and then talking about it.
I
That's the
didn't
trick of
take
Let's
notes. This is all off the cuff for me.
Oh, see, I gotta take immediate notes. You don't want to know what my Weird Al notes look like. I could send you a list.
So the quote is, hold on.
We're reading here.
Oh yeah.
Let the lady find her spot.
Let's see. Cable pulls out a knife. Deadpool stops him. Oh wait. There's a knife in your dick. Yes. I'm just gonna back up now. Deadpool backs off. Yeah. I need to go full Yentl. Gonna pretend like that never happened. Let's go home, Russell. Shot of them all leaving together, and the headmaster comes out. Oh, you dirty mutants are gonna rot in hell with that boy. Your souls are beyond redemption. Cable says, let's see your soul, perv. He pulls out a knife. Deadpool stops him. No, we're better than that. Let Karma take care of him. The headmaster's like, the day of reckoning is here. And then Dopinder just plows into him with a taxi from off screen.
I heard him coming a mile away. I had to keep a straight face. That sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm going to miss him. He seemed great.
Where do you want...
I can hear you coming for the last 30 seconds. I could barely keep a straight face.
Where do you
I want
Bert?
some more. I bet you do, Brown Panther. And then Colossus says, we should leave before Fuckernot wakes up. Yeah, and then Deadpool's like, good call, you guys coming with us? No, we get the kids back to mansion, besides we're X-Men. And Deadpool says, no, you're X-people. And boops her nose. She says, you're exhausting. He says, I see what you did there. Puns. And Yukio says, bye, Wade. Which leads Deadpool to say, bye, Yukio.
Yukiko.
It's Yukio!
Yeah, I said Yukio.
Then it starts playing We Belong by Pat Benatar, and then we get the quote. What do you get when you take 8 feet of chrome, 1 pinch of courage, a cup of good luck, a dab of racism, a splash of diabetes, and a wheelbarrow full of stage 4 cancer? Answer, a family. See, I didn't lie what kind of film this was. If there's anything you take away from today, other than the need to Google what the fuck is dubstep, it's that we all need to belong to someone. And as they leave, Juggernaut gets up in the background. And then credits.
Free mushroom. I should free mushroom.
So is there anything you would like to add before we get into the post-credits scenes and mid-credit scenes?
This script is a little bit more all over the place. It is less focused. There isn't as tight of a bad guy motivation as we had in Francis. I actually think that the first Deadpool script and scope is probably the best of any of these movies. That being said, this movie ups the ante on the action way more. You can tell they got budget for this. From that opening murder montage to the montage inside, or the Wonder fight scene in the bathhouse, to the big convoy fight. Some of the prison stuff was a little bit shaky, but like I still enjoyed it. I also think like it was a little bit larger in scope, right? There you can tell there's scope creep. There weren't that many like major locations in the first Deadpool. Whereas here, outside of montages, I should say. Whereas here, there's a lot of moving parts that they're juggling, and it gets a little bit the emotional thrust of the movie gets a little bit lost in that. Is this a story about like the loss of a loved one? Is this the story about found family? Is this a story about doing what's right for the next generation? Like it's totally not as self-contained, but a much better like ride as you're in it. That's my little bit.
I will say that the reason why you don't have as good of villain writing is because if you think about it, there's really no true villain in this movie.
Right.
For the first half, Cable is our villain, but he's not a villain, as we find out. And for the second half, Russell is our villain, but he's never really the villain. He's just an abused child that needs to have sense talked into him.
Yeah.
And in that respect, it is understandable. And just like the first movie really did focus on the love between Vanessa and Wade, this movie really did focus on Wade building up his family.
Learning to not push people away.
Yes.
I mean, it's not like there are new family characters introduced here. Honestly, with what they do in the third movie, they should have kept Sugar Bear around and had him be like a positive influence for Wade to like learn how to have a family. That would have maybe been a stronger through line if I'm like retroactively writing these things to have an arc as a trilogy, which is always a dangerous thing to try and do.
So this is one case where the mid and post-credit scenes of the movie are like absolutely mandatory.
Absolutely.
Going into the third movie, unlike I want to say every other Marvel movie where it's just like, you know, a teaser, something to get you hyped for it.
I would argue that the very first Iron Man is important to set up who Nick Fury is and what's going on. Their mushrooms haven't respawned here. Really? Dang. Okay.
So are we ready for the mid and post-credit scenes?
Yes, go ahead.
So we start out getting Negasonic Teenage Warhead fixing Cable's time machine for
Why
Deadpool.
is she able to do this?
I don't know.
She just is.
How about
Kids with technology, they just know how to do these things these days.
How about I just quote Deadpool here and say, "The Lord works in mysterious ways, don't I? A good day."
Yeah. Oh yeah, he also has like a real strong god complex in this.
Yeah, and then he leaves, and we get one more. Bye, Wade. Are you not going to say it?
Bye, Yukiko.
It's Yukio.
Yukio. Dang it, I'm so bad.
And then Yukio says that was probably a bad idea, and Negasonic Teenage Warhead says, "What have we done?" Then If I Could Turn Back Time starts playing. And we get...
Turn back time.
Obviously, I mean, appropriately it starts playing. His first scene is to go back to his apartment. Makes a comment about hoping we sharpen the cream cheese spreader. And, you know, they come in to attack. But this time, Wade doesn't miss the guy that comes in last. And Vanessa survives.
Yep.
And then he pulls out the
Wade
time
isn't
travel.
done with the shenanigans.
Yeah, he pulls out the time travel device again and says, "We're definitely naming our kid Cher! Woo!" And then we get the scene where Peter lands successfully with his parachute. And Deadpool's like, "Peter! Walk away! Just walk away!" And he says, "But we're X-Force!" And this is a joke that actually changes between versions of the Super Duper cut and
They
Once Upon a
changed
Deadpool.
the
Is so much better.
Scene stuff?
Yes.
Okay, alright.
So the original doesn't make this extra joke here, where when Peter says, "But we're X-Force," Deadpool says, "Nope, we're not. There's no X-Force." And then theatrical cut just cuts to Peter going, "All right, well, this has been pretty scary." It plays out like normal from there. But what they cut was Deadpool saying X-Force was just a marketing scheme to keep Josh Brolin employed.
That's true.
And then, you know,
He
Peter's
does
like,
call Josh Brolin Thanos at one point, by the way.
he does.
Just super weird.
And
I
then
like Josh Brolin in things. Josh Brolin should be in more things.
Deadpool says, "Go home, Sugar Bear. Go home." And he's like, "Okay, we give Domino my email."
Yes.
And we get to the scene from X-Men Origins Wolverine, where Deadpool shows up to face Wolverine, you know, the messed up sewed mouth version of him. He's just standing there menacingly, and Wolverine's like, "Wade, is that you? I guess Stryker finally figured out how to shut you up." And he shoots his claws, and then Deadpool shoots the messed up one from off screen. And he's like, "Hey, it's just me. Don't scratch. Just cleaning up the timelines." And he shoots the other body a bunch more.
A bunch more.
This scene got shortened, or maybe it got extended for the Super Duper cut. I don't know. But he makes a comment about one day you're going to want to hang up your claws for good, and a lot of people are going to get really upset about it. Just, just think about your pal Wade when one day he comes wanting to work with you. Just think about it. Shoots the other Deadpool a few more times, says, love you. And then we get to Ryan Reynolds' house, where he's holding the script of Green Lantern.
Green Lantern is not that bad. I'm gonna die on this hill. It's okay. It's an okay movie.
And he says...
It's got weird CGI. That's about it.
Ryan Reynolds says, welcome to the big leagues, kid. And then just blood splatter all over the script. And Deadpool's behind him and says, you're welcome, Canada.
There is one thing I would like to point out. While Ryan Reynolds says, welcome to the big leagues, because he was a known actor before Deadpool, right? Like, he's been in things. But he's usually relegated to either being the pretty boy, kind of like Ryan Gosling has been recently.
He was Van Wilder.
Yeah, and...
like, that's...
or he's
that's a big role.
But he's not, like, big leagues. And there was actually... in my
I don't know about that. I think the welcome to the big leagues joke was lost on me because I already thought he was a big actor because of Van Wilder.
But before he was Deadpool, literally the year before this came out, there was a movie that came out starring him called The Voices, where he plays an insane serial killer who has multiple different voices talking in his head. And this was the thing that made me go, yes, he can play Deadpool, no problem.
Well, don't forget this wasn't actually his first time playing Deadpool.
No, well, we just did that bit, but like he was not playing Deadpool in that. That's the whole impetus for him doing this now.
No, like before he gets turned into Deadpool, like he's basically the same
playing
character.
Wade Wilson.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I just wanted to see how he
the
was
same
doing.
character.
Oh, is that? That is a toenail. There's a toenail and a pipe over here. Where am I exploring? I'm exploring. Oh, is this? There's a cave with a bunch of goodies down here.
There is one more post-credit scene that we haven't talked about. And
go on, I'm exploring. You keep.
It is only in the super duper cut. Deadpool goes back to a nursery with newborns. And he goes up to one, starts baby talking, says, oh, you practicing your little salute.
Oh, yeah.
That it reveals that it's Adolf Hitler, born on 4/20. And
I'm not gonna say it.
He's really struggling doing it. He makes a comment about, this is a lot harder than I thought. I'm gonna have to get my buddy Cable to come back here. He'll have no problem doing it. And then
Killing a kid. No
like,
worries there.
And then he starts to smell something. Turns out Hitler shit himself. And he says, wow, that smells like Hitler's anus. Well, I guess there's a reason for that. And he ends up saying something about how he's just going to change his diaper and let him go because he'd probably be the first time he's seen love. And yeah, he doesn't do it. He doesn't have the nerve to kill a baby. Even if it is Hitler. And that's it.
That's the end of the movie.
Yep. And it is all
think?
okay.
Compared to one, what are your thoughts? Better, worse?
So
How do you feel about it?
I thought that Deadpool 2 was a little more appropriate for kids to see than Deadpool 1. Like, aside from the shot of Juggernaut's ass crack, there was no nudity in the theatrical release. I know we get the side boob and the blurred dong in the super duper cut.
At least they managed to show the dong.
I think there was fully. I can't be sure without looking up but I think there was a lot less F words said. I think the amount of gore and violence was toned down a lot.
Yeah, a lot of the fight scenes, while choreographically spectacles, were less so just like graphic. You got like even just like, oh, Deadpool breaks his hands punching Colossus, and you get those like floppy wet noises.
Yeah, so
Sorry, that took a lot out of my
to
throat.
me, it feels like the first movie, they were like, okay, we got to do this right. We've been approved to make this movie. We've been approved to go for an R rating. We need to just go all out, give the fans what they want. Just a really violent, really raunchy movie. And it had nudity, it had excessive swearing, it had excessive gore and violence, just really over the top. But now, Deadpool is established as very popular. I believe all 3 Deadpool movies are in the top 10 best-selling movies at the box office of all time.
No, R-rated.
Is it just R-rated?
Yes, they're some of the highest grossing R-rated movies of all time. They make a point about that where he's like, yeah, I'm talked about in the same sentence with Jesus. I'm tied for Passion of the Christ with like box office.
No, he said beat out Passion of the Christ.
Nope. He's second.
No, he said we beat it out internationally.
Yep.
Because religion isn't a real thing there.
Yep.
But
Imagine it's a foot powder.
I did actually see the list of the top 10. It didn't register to me that they were all R-rated movies, but yeah, all 3 of them are in the top. I want to say all 3 of them were in the top 5, with Deadpool and Wolverine being number 1.
Yes.
And Passion of the Christ is number 2. And then I want to say it was Deadpool 2 and then Deadpool 1. But I could be wrong on the exact rankings of 2 and 1.
I'm doing you up a bunch more mushroom slurry. But yeah, I ain't got much more to say, and yeah, we're definitely not getting through 3 right now. We've been at it for a minute.
We've already been at this for 4.5 hours, almost, actually closer to 5 hours than 4, so. Yeah, we cannot talk about another movie for 2 hours and 15 minutes, so.
No. I also have things to do today, so we might want to be wrapping this up here. You got anything else you want end of stream in here?
Let me just stick this stuff back in the chests. It's pine cones. It's actually birds that are holding me up on the roof, if you can believe that. I mean, I definitely don't have enough pine cones to do it either, but we are completely out of burrs.
I did do a swing by for Mushroom Land, and we didn't have that many right now. I see that we're like completely out of stuff for...
We are also completely out of light.
Yeah, so next time we load in, I can definitely do a run over that way and grab a bunch of stuff, but we will sort that out as we need to sort things out.
I believe next time we'll be recording, though.
Yep. Unless we do stuff off camera here as well for cleanup, for base building.
And, that might be something we just have to do.
It depends on what kind of, what my long weekend here is going to look like.
We could do another stream and talk about that
we
movie.
might.
Never know. Stay tuned.
Short stream, short record.
Join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky.
I don't have a Discord. I don't have Twitter. You follow me on the YouTube at ShifterChaos. You know where to find me.
Lord Enigma, you can just keep an eye on the promotions channel and Let's Racing Time.
Yeah. Lord Enigma's good. Oh yeah, go check out Legend Racing Time too. You know what? Plug that. Why not? Good folks over there.
Yeah, both of us participate in the races sometimes when we're not, like, social battery drained.
When we have the spoons for it. I'm gonna go. I'm hot tubbing this time. I want to get soaked. Oh, this is a 2-person soak.
I think 4 people can get in it.
We're having people stew.
Mm-hmm. Purple people stew.
Mm.
Purple Peter eater.
No, definitely not. Let's not go there.
That's right. This was a family film and a love story.
Yes.
There is a theme for the next one.
I will now that I have these a little bit more fresh in my memory. I will see what I can find. I will fine tooth comb it. See how my first notes and my second notes.
I'm gonna have to tell you, there is a clear theme for the third movie, but it's not explicitly stated like it is in the first two.
I've been known to try and analyze media before, you know?
Yeah, but you just look at flowery language. Thank you all for watching. Smash that like button. Leave comments. Check out the rest of the series where we actually do story progress. We're nearing the end of it. I think episode 113 just went live 43 minutes ago. Our next recording session, it's gonna be the last one for the 100%. And then there's probably gonna be a lot more streams after that before we decide to do New Game Plus stuff. But yeah. Thank you guys for watching. Be sure to check out Not a Buttface's channel, ShifterChaos. He's playing some Pico 8 games every day as shorts and infuriatingly messes up killing every single slime over and over.
That's over. We're done. That's finished.
But what about the other ending?
No, we're not doing that. They don't kill any slimes for that. And I also never did that. That's not part of the thing.
You're saying you already didn't do it.
I already didn't do that. Well, I'm actually doing more Sophie Holden games though. Like
I actually don't know what your current games are because as of the stream, you just finished one.
Did I just finish Pump King?
No. I mean, your long form games. You just finished the Dragon Collectathon.
Yeah, so we started up Hamtaro, and then Monday we'll start...
okay, yeah, you started Hamtaro, and
there'll be the return of
Metal
Gear? Question mark? Find out.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. Colonel, tune into ShifterChaos to find out. This voice is hard to do.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.